As we are once again alive upon the internet. Oh no, we do appear to be live upon the internet. Let's make sure that everything's looking correct with being public and bit rates and all of that goodness. Yeah, we do appear to be. And yeah, let's actually also make sure this goes over here. I think I checked already. Yeah. And yeah, as the title says, in a little bit we'll go and record ourselves the part 1 of the build collection updates. Kind of checking if those all work as well. All the recording scenes. Just real briefly, we'll jump into this character and just recheck that I put everything back. And now before we'll start in a little bit with that. But also, yeah, actually, I wanna. This will also be my just like quadruple checking everything of the collection, of course, because yeah, last chance before it's
entering safe area.
Immortalized. Let's open all character ones builds, and yeah, actually, one of the things I do want to do. Oh yeah, let's actually put them in order. One of the things I do want to do. And we'll do that real quick in a minute. Is to fix up, at the very least, the hotshot one. We kind of skipped it. Yeah, somebody brought it up. And they're right as well. We should fix that one out. So 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, counting with IKEA. There we go. Let's also actually get my tablet again. Let's turn that on. Because I definitely will need that later on as well. And it ends. Yeah, bright and early. Yeah, let's kind of just get warmed up as well, because actually I just crawled out of bed. Although I took a nap. I just took an hour nap. Kind of needed that, so. But you can still kind of hear it in my voice where it goes a little bit raspy. It's fine now. It'll warm up in a second. Yeah, I just wanted to check that I put everything back from this character because we were fiddling on them. Yeah. You know what? Let's actually go and while we're loading in, kind of warming up, let's go get some of those hard Krampuses. Although this guy's set to heroic, so. Why is this? Oh, we're doing a daily earlier on, of course. Do that real quick. Just to get reset. And I'm trying to get some hard Krampus love bounties. I know we can cheese them, but actually it's easier if I just do it normally. It just is. Anyway, we're trying to get some of the purple build purpled up. The changing, I was gonna say. Did that break it? But in fact, it did not. Because these guys also drop decent, just purple loot. Okay.
Hostiles are retaliating in West End.
Not my West End. Also, outcast in West End, what a wacky idea. No one will ever believe you, Manny. Not even dropping purples. What a beach. Yeah, I have a 5 here, so maybe we'll do some of those later on. Because that's at least Chuska today, so we can try to get some maybe okay-ish purple Chuskas. But of course, yeah, the focus later on will be definitely the collection video. So you do character 3 and then go to character 1, and then yeah, we just give it one last look on the builds, and then go from there. And it is me. Because if nothing else, one of the ones I kept, we didn't actually like fully update because it was just going to take too much time. I just kind of skipped it.
Safe area
Oh yeah, let's look at them in a minute. First, before we get sidetracked. Is there actually any weapon types? No. Chaska is still gonna be the better choice. And then yeah. Anyway, already. Yesterday I was saying I'll only stream in the evening, but yeah, it turns out that was a lie. Yes. I did actually stream kind of, well, not per se morning, but earlier than most of the times I stream.
Serious trauma detected.
I kind of had the time, so I was like, let's do it.
God damn it!
And those grenades even on hard hurt. Yeah. Because the dream would be to like get some of these Cheska pieces with like high stats on them. They happen from time to time, but then also you need them to be the right stats. Mostly. Oh yeah, how many does this character have? Also 5. Okay, so we have 10 bounties if nothing else. Gonna use up some of those. Maybe get some keys as well in the meantime with him. I'll have a whole other week as well with it. So yeah, with this, I'm not gonna do it on character 4 because they're just gonna be annoying if I try to do the bounties on themselves because they're the bounty cheese world and that place is just not set up. So yeah, let's go to this character. Let's go, yeah, go do the same. And expect different results. Although here at least the other results are maybe possible. I am telling myself that there is a chance. Look, I'm not insane, okay? This is not insanity. It's just dumb. So there's a difference. Or just make that the definition of insanity. Just doing the same thing over and over again and just getting keys. Just get all the keys. No, I have way better pieces than that, so I would never put that there. But yeah, at least we got some keys. Oh yeah, let's take this character back to base. We have to also decide where we do the intro for them, but I think I'm just gonna reuse what we used last year. Although maybe we put them somewhere Christmassy. Maybe. I know. Let's start looking at going through all of these one by one real quick. Just a final checkup. Some of those. Yeah. But that's with directives, right? Or just base? Because no, base it gives. Although I'm on hard, aren't I? Yeah. Base it gives, I think, like 400. But also it takes forever.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
Also, you don't really have too much control over spawning.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Hooray. Yeah, let's go through this. See if we also can make it so things stop just loading the whole time. No. Yeah, so the tipping scales, this should be, we gave this like a thorough look, so that should be fine. Obliterate Striker, SD, new edition, but yeah, not graded. That's fine. Yeah, and all of these eclipses I didn't per se yeah, I didn't per se we didn't per se just make it because I have grade 30 stuff on that kind of stuff. Same here. Like all of these skills are grade 30 now. But I'm not gonna per se redo them because they still show their numbers well enough. Okay, so this negotiator, and this wouldn't be too hard anyway. So this negotiator, we definitely want to do as 30. And this refactor, but this has memento. Because we skipped a bunch like these. We did do this headhunter to 30. Although I think we did that like ages ago. And this one definitely also needs to go to 30. So that's 30. That's 15. But yeah, that's a weapon type we just don't have at 30. That's 30. That's 30. And that's just what it is. Okay, so we have basically these three. Let's actually do them. Because did I do the although even if we don't, we'll do it when we get there. But I think I did do that one. Where's the Striker Trotron hybrid? It's here. Yeah, this is 30. So yeah, it would be handy to have them 30 so we can just kind of compare their numbers. So let's go fix up these last three. Just to be with 30. And yeah, for that other one, we need to go out in the open world and get some kills. What's that? Scan thing. Okay, but as just like a farming thing? There's a farm you can do there? Because that still will not be per se. Unless there is a like a cheese with it or something. I was more like, why are we talking about salmon blockades? Because even if you do the waves, it's like super slow, isn't it? You have to. There's a timer. The timer isn't based on the waves, is it? It's just the timer. So in any case, you're tied to that. Could be good for expertise, because yeah, those waves keep spawning. But don't think, are they unlimited? I will really played around with it too much. I need a veto. I need a deck. Ubisoft has hacked the entirety of Ubisoft. No, Rainbow Six got hacked. As far as I know, that's the only game as well. But also, the news is out there. You could very easily go and pick up on that. Division does not use Mongo database as far as I am aware, so it shouldn't be a problem for here. Turns out that different games use different systems behind them. But yeah, just outright Ubisoft is hacked is maybe taking it a little bit too. Like that's but also this is like 3 days old news now. Yeah. Well, yeah, thanks for the cameras. They're Luna Chick. Nice name. Since the respawn often, okay. I mean, yeah. I guess though that yeah, that we have other things that spawn that just have just because public execution is like 6 something, right? I know 6 something is maybe bounties. Not sure. I don't remember. I'm not gonna change my world settings now. Although actually I need to set the range to heroic. Okay, the range is set to heroic. Nice. Good. Yeah. So what do I need here? Nothing stacked actually. So no idea why we skip this one when it's as easy. Because I also had like drone numbers and stuff. Yeah. So let's actually fix this part of it up. So that changes. This changes. This changes. This changes. Main body changes. Bringing these stats. Oh, modifier. So that makes no sense. Should be 70 and then plus 30. Yeah. From grading. Okay. And then main weapons. Stats. That's yeah, let's get grade 30 for here. And then once we have these 3 updated, we'll go and get start recording. Because I'm not sure actually if I don't remember last time it's true how long it took us. Okay, we'll figure out here. Worst case, I'm also okay. Like, I mean, that's not likely to happen, but if it becomes way too late, we can always go like, okay, we'll do the rest tomorrow afternoon or something. Okay. Oh yeah, the skills also changed. Why did I select all of it? That's not gonna work. These are here. And these are here. Yeah. We can take from here to the very least. Yep. Let's actually do this. Go way back around, and then this one doesn't have these, but also actually we need this same here anyway in a little bit, so. Okay. Then a little bit we'll also go get this different numbers. And a refresh. And yeah, so let's make sure we actually remove those for now. So we don't accidentally keep them. And yeah, this doesn't have memento. Okay. I catch up here for a second. I needed this. Okay, so let's get these, not in the range. So we don't have to deal with the range cooldown. I could also just turn off the cooldown reduction. There. Well, actually, it's not cooldown reduction. It's haste. Gives you 500 haste. Okay. Yeah. Damage numbers. What did I have? Oh, with the capacitor charge up, just it's gonna be with the capacitor charged up only. There's no reason to. Humongous changes. But yeah, we have to have the right numbers. And then we just get these two now. Went up a tiny bit, but that's the correct numbers to have, so must make it right. Okay, and I bet both of you go away. No, go away. Oh yeah. Oh. Although yeah, that only matters for the negotiator. Oh yeah, we can't get kill stacks actually. So this needs to be invulnerable elite. Because we're trying to get negotiator. And yeah, this needs to have coyote, so this should be mid-range. Yep. Okay, so let's get this first. And at least on this one, there's nothing to charge or anything. There's that. Okay. And now the armor to armor spread. $617, so 7 something. 774. Wait, what did this go down? So as you see, this one's higher. I'm gonna guess I made a boo-boo with the last version that we didn't notice, with maybe Coyote being in the wrong range or something. That wouldn't be the first time I've done that exact mistake. Either way, yeah, we double check that number, so is what it is. There we go. Okay. So that is up, that is up, nice. Updated. We'll have to do the same here, but that one annoyingly has. That one annoyingly has capacitor, memento. So we'll need to go charge the memento. How is this 110? Before we go there, actually, I did update this as well, right? 132, 130. Let's go to that build. Great 30 capacitore. How's this 110? How's this 115? Oh, the memento. Of course, it's a memento thing. Yeah. So let's go over here. So I need this to be different, but this too can change. This changes, that changes. Put this underneath. It's because of the memento, of course. We have a red core and we get to keep that yellow core. Yeah, so that is. Oh, yeah, wait. One last thing to check over there. Haven't been doing build pictures in like 3 days and it all already feels different. Okay, now, so this is that. Is this still also in sync? I'm gonna guess both of these are still in sync pistols. Yeah. Because we might need to pew pew. Let me catch up here actually. Who makes the worst builds in the division community? Just like the best ones, worst is kind of subjective. Although the true answer is Nokia, right? Just 6-piece striker. What did we do actually with this year's basically April Fools? I don't even remember. What builds we put together. But yeah, at least those are in jest. There was also I forget the guy's name. But he was around for a while. Maybe somebody else will remember, was making just basically parody build video where he wouldn't even run the real build in the gameplay, would be just running Striker. You could just see the Striker stacks. And stuff. It's just like, but yeah, they would just show, but yeah, they would just lay into it. It was basically kind of like Nokia. It was like, I sometimes do with Nokia. As the last year's one? No, I don't think I've done 6-piece 511 like as in one of those kind of videos. Because honestly, at the end of the day, that 6-piece 511 is more competent than some other builds that we've literally seen. The flexibility. Yeah. I mean, well, I've definitely made some of the worst builds on purpose. But yeah, it's more intent, I feel, is an important component, right? Like, it needs to be the worst while trying to make the best, I feel. That's when it really, really hits hard. Although the real answer is, so I've seen some people recently. Somebody linked me like a month or so ago. Somebody was trying to make an AI slop channel about division builds, basically. Like if you have seen any of those like history channels and stuff that are just obviously, or like, you know, certain like Warhammer lore or stuff like that, or Lord of the Rings lore are just obviously AI. But somebody was trying to do that. But if you've ever, for instance, asked any AI like, "Hey, what's the best build?" You'll get some answers. That's still one of the YouTube ideas I wanna use at some point. Of just like asking, you know, Gemini and ChatGPT and like some of the others, and just going like, "Hey, what's the best division build for me to put together?" And just like, and then we'll just go and make it. Oh, the rest needs to happen once we're memento full, right? Yeah, so let's go fill up the memento for this. I'll just keep my world on hard. And yeah, we'll go and get a... Because yeah, we need damage numbers. That's the only thing we need there. That would be funny. Yeah. With a ninja bike in there. Well, like, these are the strongest sets, tipping scales. And actually, we should totally, I'll totally make that like in my, like the next one is just gonna be ninja bike, and then yeah, 1-piece Coco, 1-piece tipping scales, 1-piece striker, 1-piece negotiator, 1-piece Hunter's Fury, and then ninja bike. These are the best sets. Then all of them combined. Just stop that. Yeah, let's go fill up the memento here real quick. Take this back to the range, and then we just have the hotshot one as well real quick, and then we start recording. But these are some of the last ones I needed to update real quick. Convoys will be nice. Didn't they have this fixed at some point where, because yeah, in on PC when you're going over the map, it feels super sloppy or like choppy. Because every time you're hitting one of these things as you're going along, it just like freezes for a frame as it renders basically, or like figures out what it needs to put in the upper left corner. Because the thing is, if when you're doing it on a controller, for instance, and it doesn't highlight everything as it goes past, it just actually like goes smooth. So it's a weird, annoying issue that has always exists, but I remember them at some point kind of like having that fixed. But maybe I was just drunk. This one's indeed. I like those emotes as well, yeah. Leg and Addy. How's that not a kid's cartoon? Just some, just, you know, one of those just two friends kind of cartoons, and then one is called Leg, the other is Airy. It's just Leg and Airy.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And how you could have it even be Leg be the guy's nickname, because he's, you know, he has a peg leg.
Incoming
Or
hostiles
you could make it a
detected.
pirate series.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And yeah, the fireworks definitely already going. Wonder if the mic's picking that up. Likely when I'm speaking, if one goes up, then it will. But yeah, always somebody already not. I mean, as a kid, I of course, like as every kid does, just ooh, explosions. But honestly, as an adult, I've kind of. Although as well, even as a kid, I was like, ooh, explosions, but I'd rather buy a PlayStation game than spend all my money on explosions. Explosions are temporary, but PlayStation games are forever. Other consoles are available.
Hostile control point nearby.
But yeah, today as well, I says there was just. It's weird as well. So I don't remember when I was a kid them selling. It's usually like you would go to hardware stores and stuff, and now they're just selling like small fireworks, small arms, just as this at the supermarket and stuff. And yeah, I saw some couple just buying what, likely $200 worth of that. I'm just like,
What we have to survive.
in this economy. Let's wait for the short buff to wear off. Modifier still off, right? Yeah, I mean, the guy isn't here. Let's get these stats real quick. I know, just charging up the memento to get these. And also on these, not much will have changed since the last picture, but they're not 30, so if we're giving them a refresh, we need to make them 30. And then also, yeah, for the future, they'll be 30. And everything will be fine because it doesn't go above 30 anyway. Oh, yeah. We grab a memento and we go back to the range. I'll have 5 minutes to get damage numbers, which I feel will be easy enough. Because we just need turret and drone and the weapon. Let's build a 6-piece improvised with okay. that sounds like that. Although I was trying to do something with like AI and stuff, right? I don't remember exactly. I mean we can go and look actually. We just go have a peek at.
Nice doing business with you.
There we. Yeah, let's get damage numbers first. Because in the meantime, as well, we can get this stacked up. Just invulnerable elite. So the weird thing was as well, in the last version of this, I added on DTH shots, which is really not something I do often. I don't know why we went that way. But yeah, let's make it DTA shots now. Well, that's also why it's actually significantly higher than the old numbers, because Capacitor has DTA. Yeah. We need capacitor at max stacks. And then weird thing turret. Why is this number significantly higher to me? I don't care. Maybe I messed up. Damage numbers? You guys wanna stop existing? Wait, why is this one also quite a bit higher? Might have actually been using the numbers from back when it was grade. Like a much lower grade. It's not this, right? Okay, go target that. Target that. Drone? I gave you... It's a direct order. You shoot that guy. No, that's fine. Okay. Just checking that's not like DTA applying or something. So DTA shouldn't apply to turret and drone, definitely. Oh, these might be even with the memento empty. Maybe I just took the easy way out. Yeah. Either way, that's cleaned up now. Let's pull all of this a little bit to the right. Just looks wrong there. There we go. Yep. This can go. Okay, so that's updated. That's updated. It just leaves Headhunter, Hotshot. Okay, we didn't update this one just because it was... Oh, shit. I didn't do the main picture, did I? I was looking at the main picture going like, oh yeah, I need to do that still, but... Not that one's the easy one. Yeah, so this is still 25. Mechanical animal. Do I even have one? No, but also it's not needed. So we'll just do it like this. Because I'd rather not have it be mechanical animal actually. Oh yeah, let's finish this up and actually catch up on chat. Hard to pay attention. Yep. In this economy. Let's try to show up on bottom left. That's in the chat settings. Is this available on all systems? So in the chat settings, you have this button. This pops this out, and again, yeah, combat info for damage numbers and stuff. And you have notifications, yeah, for my loot, group loot. This is also how you can see group loot. So oh, okay. Yeah, I remember like going like, oh yeah, I had a headhunter one at some point because yeah, and then the 23 one would be 6-piece striker. Was it 6-piece striker or was it 5 with ninja whack? I don't remember. But yeah, that sounds about right. And yeah, thanks for going and checking for me, indeed. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, so that's when we made actually that improvised headhunter, which I still have. It's on character. It's on account 3. Thinking of also, yeah, just making an improvised full red, improvised full red, just obliterate vigilance for main account at some point, just as a let go of your capitalist ways of, brands and such. Oh, yeah, so we updated that. Yeah, so that's not 30. Because we had updated the stats and stuff and not enabled a picture. Okay, so now we go here. Let's indeed first start with the picture. So, yeah, keep white death and nemesis. Do I keep white death and nemesis? What did I do with the Habsburg? Which is nowadays 5.01. White death and shroud. Kinda agree. Kinda agree with myself. The only downside is though I don't have shroud numbers. That's fine though. Or we won't have shroud numbers. White 30. Yeah, so let's make all of these 30. I know mostly here is just these damage numbers. They'll have to get changed. But these ones are always a little annoying, so that's why I left them till now. So I should even do one more. We already have that one at 30. Because I have the shroud kind of ready underneath there, but we'll bring it in later. So this becomes shroud. That changes, this changes, that changes. Let's bring those weapons actually on board. So a white death. Grade 30. Of course, that shuffles everything again. And Nemesis, grade 30. Shroud, grade 30. And the handbasket, grade 30. There we go. Let's say harvest. Okay. That's everything's on the gear end as well, graded to 12 now. Go away, snipping. Snapping tool. Alright, let's get shroud. There. Actually, let's get these stats and then we know how it's kind of gonna land. Seventies. Is that this weapon's reload? 2.8? 2.9. $46. Oh, wait, actually. Oh. Needs to change. It's 140. This in here. $46. Okay, so the rest of it is correct. Oh, that was because of the scope. Wait, does the other scope have minus 10% reload? I could just never use that scope. That does have 10% minus 10% reload, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's where that came from. Okay, so actually that was correct. Also, let's already do this to the handbasket while I remember. It'll matter later. Also, am I doing one-time stab? No, I think I'm doing one-time accuracy, aren't I? Oh no, I'm doing one-time stab. Oh yeah, that makes it like that it doesn't sway at all here. Okay, so now this again. Yeah, just all the numbers. Let's start with harvest. Okay, for instance, here I'm gonna turn on damage numbers. Just give me as little crits as possible, game. That would be appreciated. So that's that one. And just a tiny bit more from that 25 that was. Yeah, and then start working on white dot and stuff. So how is this set up? Oh yeah, so I don't know, so not like that actually. So I wait for, wait, how did we? Or is this just the first 3 shots? Oh yeah, so that's just the first 3 shots, okay. Oh yeah, now I remember. That's how these numbers are. So let's add one more shot. So we're in the cycling, yeah. Now we have to wait for Headhunter to run out, and then we do another 3 shots with basically the buff already there. That's the idea here. But yeah, we have to wait for Headhunter to go away, which just takes 30 seconds. Oh, why did you have to create? Oh, wait, actually, no. Wait, no. Like, we have to... No, we could have dropped Headhunter, but yeah, we shouldn't have dropped that shot. This isn't cycling now, right? Yeah, so there. Okay. We need to be another crit shot in the middle of it. And then just a little bit higher. This was also the reason I didn't do it at the time. I was just like, I'll make this future IKEA's problem. And then now future IKEA is pissed at past IKEA. What the fuck, dude? What are you leaving me shit to do? Just to make sure we're at cap. I know. Actually, with the chain killer, we're guaranteed to be at cap. On the 3rd shot, just tiny gains. Tiniest of the gains. Yeah, and now we do the same with hand baskets. Lose my hot shot. I need to lose my headhunter. Yeah, we should just do it like that. Then while we copy and paste this out, and that timer is already running. And the annoying thing is as well the hot shot, oh no, the headhunter thing on the buff bar is also has been broken for a while. Seems to just have diminishing returns. Actually, I think that's what's happening there, or at least it's trying to like show it in that way, which it doesn't have that actually, but sometimes you'll see the bar like go away super fast and then just like where did my headhunter go? But then yeah, you shoot an enemy and you still had it. Okay, so and then Nemesis, because yeah, although we'll try the Shroud as well. Let's do Nemesis first. Oh. Gotta make sure we're fully charged. Why does it have to be crit? Well, that's gonna be Kappa just to be sure. Oh, it's actually we only need a 5th shot. So that we're in cycling. 61. And all of this because we went up 5 grades. Going to the build collection, I see. Enjoy. Yeah. Yeah, I just was lazy with it. But it was always the plan to. Some other ones will leave at 25 though, at least for now. Because at least some of the gun ones, I feel at this point, although we'll make sure that all of the gun ones are, at least if I have the weapon at 30. So for instance here with the bittersweet, I don't have a 30 graded bittersweet and I don't have the resources now, so. But yeah, some of these skill ones, like I've already, the oxidizer's been 30 for a while, but we'll leave those as is. But yeah, I went through at least now as we go through with recording. I'm gonna make sure that we everything is at 30. And it makes sense as well. This way you can compare between this one and the Habsburg. Just directly, just from here. Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me actually, Wiz. Likely otherwise we would have still done it, but I would have done it in the middle of the video basically. Wait, did I? No. That is higher, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's that. Love how Nemesis can just start in the 19 millions. The only thing will be for now though, the shroud is, although let's try. It didn't want to work last time around in the range well, so. Because sometimes it gives you the bonus number, but sometimes not, and it's kind of unclear what's per se causing that. It seems to be one of those targets is usually like, it seems to have added archetypes here. Yeah, for instance, that one was a bonus shot. Oh wait, do I know how bonus shots? No, and then like. Because that first headshot should be like way higher. But then sometimes, although I actually haven't body shot yet, right? Ooh, wait. No, but then. So that one shot. Oh no, I didn't body shot. Oh no, I did body shot. Huh. So there it was active once, but then not again. So for now, we'll just leave the shroud off of these. The numbers are there. So. And yeah, we'll bring in the shroud later, but we'll put it on the build picture for now. Okay, let's put back what we borrowed. Let's kind of planning on, we're going to use New York for this. Usually, how many resources do I have exotic components? 50. And let me catch up here. For the proficiency XP events, not particularly. The thing is, mostly just spend whatever watch points you have and stuff, and then you'll fill those back up with 5 times XP events. For the rest of it, just run some stuff like that. But it depends also how willing you are to kind of like farm stuff. Because there's definitely things like, but yeah, I wouldn't be per se okay making a video on them. I'm okay showing them on stream and stuff. But for instance, yeah, you can kind of farm the first area in capital over and over again, for instance. For some fat XPs, because yeah, the XP is based on kill XP, so you know, you could be running some different stuffs there. Yeah, let's get ready to get set up. And yeah, I want to use this. We'll use this as our background. Kind of, maybe we'll stand like here as well and stuff. Like that. We'll just use a little bit of this Christmas area. What is my... Oh, no, what? Zen kind of fits with this guy. With this gal. We'll just put that right there. There we go. Pinching the nipple. Yeah, we'll just use that as an intro. Actually, yeah, we should place it differently. We have this side, we have at least this thing. But I want to have Santa there. So yeah, where you turn around. Yeah, that's better. We still I just don't like that. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second, and then we'll go get started with an intro. Let me already go to the folder. I need this pushing key. Does overdraft switch stack in the sand when more than one person has it? No, at least doesn't seem to. Just as with a lot of talents, in normal play, the biggest one will apply. So if like 2 people have it, whoever's more stacked, that one will apply to everyone. Then somebody like once falls away, then like the other one will take over if there's multiple. But yeah, they don't stack on top of each other. That's also why, you know, for instance, Beacon is actually a standout in that way, where it does stack on top of itself. Where yeah, so for instance as well, a 5, multiple people are running a 5, you just get one FI buff, and if one is running it with the chest and the other without the chest, you get the one with the chest. Stuff like that. I haven't ever specifically tested it in Descent, but there's no reason it would work differently there. The annoying thing is it's not per se easy to test in Descent because, you know, the damage numbers keeps fluctuating and stuff, but testing it outside is very, like, we can very precisely see that it, like, you can have 4 people running Overwatch, but you just get 1 buff. DCD is good for grinding. What's our that DCD part wouldn't be like that's like not that much actually. There's much easier places, but yeah, capital. So for instance, the capital boss fight, there is a cheese you can do there. We've sometimes done it on stream. I wouldn't be able to tell you like when we did it last. Maybe we'll show it like in that week. But yeah, the capital boss fight, that like first fight of it. But you especially also would be nice to have a group for it. But you can't do it solo. But a group is nicer. Because also, yeah, you don't need too much firepower. And 4-man as well will help with the scaling. And you can just do it even on heroic, just to get more numbers out of it. Or even challenging likely is better, maybe. But those enemies that like spawn in that little building, you can just kill them all while they're spawning. So you can oxy that, for instance. So if one person is kind of running an oxy, and then even them, they can run a pistol or a shotgun or a second piece, or even like their main weapon could be stuff that they're proficiencying. They could stick in like a gear piece that they're proficiencying. The other skill could be something they're proficiencying as well. But if there's like an oxy or two, they can basically melt all of those waves, and then you just wipe, and then you just get put back at the... That's one of the places where you have the highest density of enemies spawning in the shortest amount of time. But also, yeah, for instance, I don't know if Kenley will be available, but you have to be willing to do that cheese, which that one goes a little bit too far, I feel. Oh yeah, let's actually wait. Let's clean this up because we left a mess here. Oh wait, I went to BRB, didn't I? No, that's not that one. This one. Yeah, let's clean up our mess there. Let's actually see in comparison to 5.01. This now lines up a little bit. Yeah, those look very similar now. Okay. Because one's the Habsburgs, one's the this. Yeah, so we have this. We have the build collection for the intro. This is a build showcase. We'll go there, and then we'll go here. Oh yeah, actually. Right. Build history. Was it something like that? Build collection history. Yeah. Yeah, we'll link also to this video because I won't explain like the whole... Although, well, with each of these videos, we'll explain the super basics of it. But also I'm gonna add this to the description here. Actually, what I should do is just take the... Just work on just prepping the... Because as we go along as well, I'm gonna just already cut and paste the names and stuff into there. Yeah, so let's save this one for later. And yeah, I'll give the very basics of the build collection, but not much beyond that. Somebody bumped the camera. That's fine there. Yeah. I want a little bit more Santa there. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second, and then we go into here. Season, well, no, they've had it out here and there. Usually it's in the week when there's a high value target, but actually, yeah, this time around it hasn't been. Maybe they have. Maybe they have. I don't remember when the last time was. Have we seen it in this season? Actually, maybe not. Actually, I'm better as well. Fuck that place. They can't seem to fix it. We're just gonna see it for target loot. So it is actually. Let me show it because it's easiest. It is there, but it's hidden. It's they've kept trying to keep it secret. They don't want you to know. But yeah, so this thing is kind of broken, right? Like, especially if you're trying to use it with a mouse. But what you can already see, if I go a little bit there, you like scroll down, you can see Coco down there peeking. It's in the last row, and you can't scroll down there at all. But if you just basically go to the bottom and go one down, Coco is hiding down there. So they don't want you to know. Today on Exposing the Devs. But that was in the Epstein files, so that's how we know. That joke was maybe a little bit off taste, but it's fine. Yeah, getting bumped in my camera. That's the downside of doing it here, actually. But I'll be fine for most of it. Oh, this isn't before. Yeah. How'd you say it, actually? Might have been. I remember it's coming, like, they were overlapping with some of the HVTs. And yeah, 2 seasons ago was when HVTs kind of started. So maybe that season they were there, and then no longer after. Yeah. Although the bug in the set is a visual one, if you mean the bar not being there. At this point, I'm fairly certain in saying that it's always just a visual bug, because I haven't seen it ever not be a visual bug. That's ever so. This is, yeah. I mean, yeah, that one's a common. But this one likely has been set up for a certain amount of rows, because this one is even different than, for instance, the like the skins and stuff. Because that skin one, when you like press it, it just takes you all the way to the top. It just isn't implemented correctly, that scroll bar. This one, even if you scroll down, it doesn't go all the way down. So they've likely set it up to be, or whoever made it, ages ago was like, oh, we'll just need this many rows. Turns out, no, they needed more in the long run. But yeah, they... one step to the left. Thank you. I totally like that. Parallel, yeah. The parallel UI is the famous one as well. Because this one is new. This one is now this season. Oh well, since the PTS is when that came in. Yeah. So we go there, and then we go here. Yeah. Let's get going. Random bush. Can I help you? Let's wait for them to. And I realize as well, yeah, that's the downside of doing it in a shared space. But it'll be fine. Worst case, we can always. take it to somewhere else. But I kind of want to do it here also, just to have it, you know, have this area, you know. Also, actually, the last year one, we did it also here, but then it was, of course, a different glass stain window. It was just a normal one. Oh, yeah. Let's set up. Let's do it like this. Yeah. Let's do a test recording. Yeah. Let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the build collection updates, as we'll be going again like last year. Actually, no, let's not do it like that. Makes more sense to do it the other way around. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the updates on the build collection, as we'll be going character per character this time around again, as we did last year as well. Then we went through each character. We're going to do the same again, as many changes have happened, of course. And while going through the entirety of the build collection, which will turn into 5 videos, as we'll go again character per character, I'll explain what the build is for, how hard it is to put together, and also if it's worth doing so, and just some notes and observations, and maybe even some variants on some of the builds. As yeah, the build collection, of course, is an extensive tool. There is a lot of things in there, and not all of it is per se clear. So I wouldn't mind, indeed, yeah, taking the chance again to explain some of the things, why some builds exist in there, why some builds are different in several ways. I'm getting rambly already. Let's not have that way. Also, yeah, I kind of rounded back to the same sentence twice there. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the build collection updates. We're gonna go through them one by one, build by build, through the build collection. And we'll be doing so in 5 videos. This will be the first one of those, as we'll start with character 1 and going through the builds of 1.01 all the way to 1.16 in the build collection. As I do want to take the chance again to, as we did last year as well, to go build by build, explain what the build is for, how hard it is to put together, and just give some feedback and tips and just general ideas and maybe even some variants for the builds. As yeah, the build collection is quite extensive, and definitely enough has changed in this last year to merit doing it this way again. I'll also be linking to a video down below of the history of the build collection. We won't go into that here, but if you're interested in that, we'll go and you can go and watch that video. The intro is always the hardest. Once we have this in the bag, the rest is easy. Let's go to take 4. Because yeah, all of that can be post intro. That doesn't need to be in the intro. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the updates to the build collection, as we'll go character per character, build per build this time around. It won't be a short, just this has changed version of this. That was too many us already. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the updates to the build collection. As again, we'll go build by build, as we did a long time ago, although the start of last year of 2025. As we went then build by build, we're gonna do so again here. This will be 5 videos in total, as we'll go character per character. In this video, we'll go over 1.01 all the way to 1.16, and we'll go build picture by build picture, and I'll explain what the build is for, how hard it is to kind of put together if you want to do so, and then also give some notes and maybe even some variations on some of those. As in this last year, definitely enough has changed to merit doing some of these again, where we do go in depth. And I always enjoy doing these, and they can be hopefully quite informative. Even if you aren't interested in every build of the collection, it might be interesting to hear why these builds are actually in there. The downside of a shared space. Also, yeah, that wasn't great either. So, man, got a second on interest today. Let's actually just get through. Yeah, we can make that shorter, and then we can snip a few times. Let's do that. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the build collection updates. In this video, which will be the first of 5, as we'll go character per character once again, as we did at the start of 2025 as well. We'll go through every build in the build collection, at least all of the main builds, and discuss them one by one. I'll be showing every build, and we'll take the time to talk about what it is for, and then also how hard it is to put together, show some variants, and then discuss anything else we want to discuss about that build. As in the last year, definitely enough has changed to warrant doing one of these again. And yeah, we'll start here on character 1, and let's go get started. Yeah, we'll just do that, and then we will do the rest of it through the other one. And let's go to here. Let me catch up here. There's something pop up there. Build for deflector? No, not really. The deflector isn't per se worth running. If you really want to mess around with it, making either a foundry with skill damage or making an what's the other one? Because that one, yeah, you can make high end with shiny and stuff. Shiny and Murakami. The skill damage applies to that, but yeah, the deflector shield is just not worth much in the end. Foundry is likely the easiest, but yeah, it just doesn't work out well enough. But if you want to mess around with it, yeah, Foundry, blue cores, skill damage on the skill underneath, and that works out kind of okay now. Yeah, let's go here. All right, let's go do this section. Yeah. And for those unfamiliar with build collection, it'll be, of course, linked down below in the description. The build collection is kind of my baby, as I've worked on it quite a lot in the last years. It is effectively all of the builds that I have on all of my characters. Well, actually, not all of my characters, but the 5 that I show on the build collection, which is 4 from my main account and 1 from my second account. Each of these is a build picture which fully lays out a build and goes into the stats of it and kind of how I recommend laying it out, with some other recommendations in the corner. Also, yeah, as we actually passed over here, I do have actually a video on the build collection's history, if you want to know that, as yeah, it has actually quite a history, and also, yeah, there's some old nostalgia things in here actually to look through. If you're interested in that, I'll link to that video below. We'll keep it here to basically the new builds, because there's enough to discuss with that. The build collection as it is laid out is effectively just my builds in the game. So the numbering of it, just to explain that, as that'll be important here, is that the first number before the dot is actually the character number. Here we'll be going over character 1, my first character on my main account. And that one has 16 loadouts, and that's that number after the dot. That's the 0.1 is loadout 1 in the game, and loadout 16 is 16, and everything in between matching up like that. That's how I kind of have it set up for myself. That's also the the construction of the build collection. That's what those numbers mean. Then everything is also always named with either if it's a gear set or just high end, as we have it with some items. If it says HE, that's for high end. Everything else will have the abbreviation of a gear set mostly. They didn't adhere to just always having things be a 2-letter thing because, of course, yeah, some things nowadays are just a 1-word gear set. So, but you can usually deduce from there. Also, as well, in the build collection, there's a recommended build list and a recommended weapons and talents list. And that would be the recommended places to start if you're going over there. As there's a lot of builds in the build collection, and not all of them are recommended. As, yeah, for instance, as we'll see later on, we see some purples there, and that's just me being silly, but also me making some fun for myself. It is definitely still worth making some of those builds, but yeah, it wouldn't be recommended outright, of course. Yeah, let's go get started here with character 1. Yeah. Let's actually bring this over here. Let's actually do an audio check out with some other record on my main account. And that one is... And for those unfamiliar with the build collection, it'll be, of course, linked down below in the description. Yeah, it's all fine. Just make sure everything's in sync and everything. Let me go back here for a second. I need to launch this. As yeah, for those coming in, I'm recording for video. That will become tomorrow's video, as we'll go and do the entirety of the build collection. And then one thing I want to do as well will be in between, and if you guys catch me, maybe if I miss it, try to be good about it. But every time we change a build, I want to also change my loadout here. So I actually set up basically all my characters now have just, because I used to have a bunch of duplicates like this, the Black Tusk Officer, I had like 1 on every character. So some I've kept on some characters, some not on others. So now there's like, yeah, I've also a matching number of outfits that we'll go through. So every time I need to remember to, like, when we swap build, we swap loadout of apparel as well. Yeah, I mean, I've had them like forever, because actually even, yeah, so because it's not, now it's back on a character, that's why it's kind of higher up. But these were always like in the S section, which is the stash builds. But these stash builds down here, because yeah, I even have a Turtrone one, I even have a Headhunter one. But now I've moved it back onto a character just to also give it some loving again. So anyway, we'll reach that here as well, as that's the last loadout here. Catch up one more time. Let's see. Tempest technical. Yeah, you could. The thing is though that if you're going deflector, you do want some skill damage. Would be the thing. Because that would survive the shield and stuff, but then you're still doing more damage with the gun. If you really want to like make the deflector do the killing, yeah, it needs some skill damage with it. But you could integrate some skill damage into it there. Change like that, yeah. Although, well, I usually I'm quite often running, whatever is like this week's bundle, or or we had of course the winter events with the thing, the apparel of there. Am I a little bit out of focus? It's not too terrible. But we'll fix it up a little bit. As well as autofocus is off, just to not have any that kind of stuff causing so I just manually focus it. But then it gets bumped by stuff sometimes. As I almost bumped my coffee over, but luckily it's a very wide glass. But yeah, I play around a lot with the apparel, but mostly just getting the new stuff on the characters. But here as well, I was like, you know what? If we're doing that, if we're going through every loadout, might as well make it a different apparel each time. Yeah. Let's get to going. And we'll start here on 1.01 of, so loadout 1 on character 1 here, which is now tipping skills. This recent change of this becoming their kind of signature build. I do have kind of an system that I adhere to when putting builds on characters and such, and that is mostly that, for instance, as you'll notice with some of the strikers, as will come up, usually they're on the second slot, so they're on the 0.2 slot. The 0.1 slot is usually what I consider that character's kind of signature build, the build that kind of is, the personality of that character somewhat. And character 1 definitely is a character where I use LMGs quite a lot. They're also somewhat my marksman rifle, carry. Hotshot. That's where my mind wanted to go, but yeah, let's try it again. Wait, let's make sure we have that other segment in here. And let's jump right in with 1.01, of course. Character 1, a loadout 1. Generally, I do have an adherence to a kind of system that I have for the characters in the build collection and by their loadouts themselves. And as it's usually, as you will see, for instance, all of the strikers are kind of on the 0.2 slot. Most of my eclipses are on 0.5 and such. And there is a kind of an order in there where I start kind of with some red builds, go into some skill builds, then some yellow-red hybrids, then blue-red hybrids, and then if we have some tanky builds, they go quite towards the end. But slot 01 is usually kind of what I consider the signature build of the character. Now this, till quite recently, was actually the hotshot build was in here. Now I've changed that to be the tipping skills, as this character definitely is kind of my LMG character. They're also kind of my MMR characters, but MMRs are more spread out across my characters as well. And they are also somewhat my pistol characters, as we'll see with some of the Tempest builds being on this character. Here with tipping skills, we of course did a recent build showcase on this entire build. So yeah, you can go and check that out if you're interested. And yeah, tipping skills well worth having as a build, a really good LMG build. And then that's why that became also kind of the signature build of this character now. We're showing it here with the overdogs as the main loadout. But also just to take it into the game and kind of show it there. One of the things that I'll be highlighting, and as we'll go through, is my preference to save a lot of loadouts. And as we see here as well, this is kind of the system there where, yeah, this is character 1, and this is their first loadout slot, and tipping skills is there. And one of the things that I do, as you may see here, I've saved it as 5 pieces. Now, this is just to be able to load up the build, and it's already as well set up that I can either put in that overdogs, but I can also, for instance, stick in a tinkerer here because they have that, of course, as well. I can also actually even have a centurion here at the ready. And even if I, for instance, had an Exodus or a bloody or even a nimble holster or such, which I do have in my stash, so I could just go and grab them. If I want to play around with that, I can go and get them. Hell, I could even stick in, for instance, a memento if I really wanted to, because they're carrying one of those around as well. That would fit in here. Saving the loadouts like this actually works out pretty well, and I would recommend it. And we'll see that, come to pass again and again. And I will highlight kind of how it is set up in that way. Now, tipping skill as a gear set is pretty easy to get together, of course, as we see also from its build picture. It is just a red core build anyway, or a red cord build here, and we're keeping the red cores. So we are just taking that weapon damage, we just put in crit chances and crit damages underneath it. And that makes it pretty easy to get going. Here with an equalizer, pretty easy piece to get, at least for this season, but also very farmable. Just targeted loot unit alloys, and you can likely come by some. Overdogs or some of the other exotics work out. Yeah, they're not per se too hard to get. Tinker, of course, a little bit harder, as it does require a somewhat harder mission. You can either farm it on Heroic, the manager mission, but you can also on Master. On the first clear, it is a guarantee. So it's actually definitely a thing that if you have maybe also some people to help you out with, something that you can get done pretty quickly and then be guaranteed that you get the item. Overdogs nowadays is in the general pool, so you can actually farm for it. As a tip for the overdogs in general as well is that doing retaliations, the retaliation hyena completions is where the blueprint for it comes from. So if you kind of make sure that you're just doing hyena retaliations and actually complete them as well, and set your target as well along the way to be gloves, you might get it as a drop. And if you don't, eventually you'll get all of the blueprints that are tied to hyena completions, and this will be one of them. And you might get lucky, it might be early, you might get unlucky, and it might be the last one you get. But at least in that one, you're kind of guaranteed on a long enough timeline that you'll get it. For the rest of this, yeah, a pretty easy build to put together, and that's also why it is in the recommended and pretty high up there as well. We do need some weapons that we don't generally use, so LMGs and such, and especially setup as well. For instance, with rate of fire, this LMG doesn't get used anywhere else, for instance, in my case. So it is a dedicated weapon here. And of course, depending on when you come into the game, it might be easy to, for instance, get a Lexington pretty easily, but this would not fit in here. Overall, a build well worth having, as it's one of my go-to reds nowadays, and yeah, we can lay it up in several ways with different exotics, and that works really well. It is a highly recommended build. But yeah, why am I so rambly? Let's try it again. Wait, I need to actually, yeah. So we go that, we hit that. That's why I got kind of confused. I forgot like the cadence that we want to do. So first of all, I want to actually talk about how hard it is to get together, and then yeah, let's try that again for a second. Worst case, I can always use that one. I'll put it in the maybe use scatter folder. Let me catch up here for a second. Transfer from specialization from protection elite. Sorry, what? In what build? Because this one said with survival. I don't know if I was showing something else at the time, maybe. Let's try that actually again, because that got way too rambly. Yeah. And we'll start here with 1.01 on the collection. And yeah, character 1, loadout 1, tipping skills. Now, one of the things that I do have is I do have kind of a layout that I adhere to when it comes to the characters and what builds go on them. Usually on the first loadout slots is kind of or on the very first loadout slot, it's kind of their signature build, what I kind of think of as like the personality of that character. And in the case of character 1, they are definitely my LMG character. And that's also why in the slot used to be Hotshot. They're also kind of my MMR character, but that's more spread out. I have several characters that do run MMRs. LMGs, though, is definitely kind of the domain of this character. And yeah, tipping skills, of course, the go-to set for that. So I made that their signature build now. And then also, for instance, we will see throughout that, for instance, the 0.2 build is a striker, the 0.5 build is an eclipse or similar, and things like that. And it does go actually, yeah, red builds a little bit first, then some skill builds, then it goes red-yellow hybrids, then it goes blue-red hybrids, and then it ends in some tanky builds. That's usually how it's kind of set up per character. Now, I don't always fully adhere to that because, yeah, I'll just shuffle some stuff around when needed, but that's the idea at least. And in this case, especially, yeah, this tipping skills has definitely kind of fits their MO and has become their signature build now, as also tipping skills well worth having. Here we see it with the overdogs and the equalizer set up here, and that's actually in the game. If we go to the character, as we see here as well already, this loadout slot, and I would actually recommend with a lot of builds, as we'll see repeated, and I'll highlight that as we go into the characters. I have them saved with 5 pieces. Now, of course, we wouldn't ever run it like this, but this way I can load up the build, and as we had it there, for instance, I can stick in an overdogs, and now it's the overdogs variant. But what I can do as well, because it's the 5 pieces, I can also, for instance, stick in a coyote or a tinkerer, or I can go over here and stick in a centurion, or whatever other piece I want, even including memento if I wanted to. This gives me options and lets me variant it out. And that's usually as well. On the build picture in the bottom right of it, you will see a bunch of extra items shown as to recommendations on, hey, you can swap these in. That's generally what the bottom right corner of build pictures is for. And then, yeah, we have some weapon talents recommended above them. Now, the overdogs version is definitely the one that I would just pick for general play, and that's the one that I end up running the most. Now, tipping skills is pretty easy to get together. It is definitely one of the easier ones, especially if we're keeping it full red as we are here. It is a red cord gear set, so yeah, it'll drop with red core or with red stats alongside of it. But mostly what you'll go for is just finding stats or, you know, high enough weapon damages and then just putting whatever stats you want alongside of it. Now, on the crit chance, crit damage layouts, generally underneath this overdogs is a crit damage version. And I keep, for instance, my things like the Tinkerer with a crit chance mod in there as well. That way, when they come in, they basically fill up that last crit chance that the build would need. And it is actually set up in a way where we can just slot those pieces into there. Without really thinking about it or just like changing anything about the crit setup on it, because that's of course quite handy. Here's why actually, with most of these weapons you have to watch out as we set up here on what some of the third stats are. Not only on LMGs will we care about the third stats changing, and on some of the exotics I also show it there just to make sure that you go DTOC. Here on LMG land, of course, we already have DTOC as the second stat, so we can go other things. For tipping skills, that's specifically either rate of fire, DTH, or DTA. Most of the other places for actually LMGs, it's crit chance is the best third stat. And then also, yeah, we highlight which mods to go on it, at least from a crit chance, crit damage perspective. Generally, I don't put the magazine one in here, but yeah, it shouldn't be a surprise that, yeah, it's just whatever biggest mag we can get, and that's why we're running Gunner here as well, to get the plus 50 round mag. And again, from these build pictures, of course, you can very much put the build together pretty easily. And this one is definitely one that goes together pretty quick. The only harder parts are some of the exotics, of course, but things like the equalizer, they are available from the season track here, and some of the caches as well. And likely as the season goes on, we'll also get a ton of those kind of caches, the seasonal mutiny caches, and they'll come out of those. But of course, you can also target farm for it. Same is true for the overdogs here as well, and that's kind of the way to go for it as well. Definitely a worthwhile build having. This is a hard-hitting LMG build. It is kind of competitive with Obliterate Striker. Chest Striker, of course, is a step above. That is just in general true. Chest Striker is above most builds, but this one is well worth having and well worth running, as we also discussed in a recent build showcase that I did into this. So if you're kind of interested into it, maybe go and watch that one as well. And with all of these as well, the build picture will be linked down below, so you can jump to it directly. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. $544, which is fine for like the first one, where we are also doing a lot of extra stuff. Yeah, so let's go to apparel, load that slot 2, and then gear, load that slot 2. And actually, let me, as we go through as well. No, shit. That doesn't work like that, of course. Okay, I can Control Z that. Good. I pasted instead of copying. Let's already copy each build as we hit them, because I'll need all those links later, of course. Yeah. onto this one. And on to 1.02. As we discussed a second ago, the 0.02s are mostly strikers, all strikers actually, and they're set up all in a little bit different of a way. All of them nowadays are obliterate strikers, and then we're showing the chest in the corner, and then generally my recommendation to go with it as a Cheska piece. Even now that unit exists and salvo exists, I generally still pick Cheska if we're going with the chest variant. There's especially this equalizer that works out to be very powerful in obliterate strikers, but because already there is a little bit of rate of fire here from striker, things like salvo, while they give you a tiny bit more burst DPS, they cost you actually a lot in the damage per mag and in the sustained DPS. So actually, I generally still go with a Cheska piece. And if we're going chest, I'm generally putting a Cheska piece in there and then whatever exotic I want alongside of that. That's usually my go-to. Hero as an obliterate one, but then also specifically an LMG one. We have it here with, an LMG alongside of it with the Tinkerer. Now, Tinkerer, of course, is available through the manager mission, making this build a little bit harder to put together, as you need to do that mission either on heroic, you can farm it on heroic for a 7% chance, but on the first time clear on master, you are guaranteed on a per character basis on the first time clear of theirs to get a Tinkerer mask. That isn't per se a super easy mission to get done on master. Definitely not one that you want to try to solo really. So you would want to find a decent group to help out there. And that would make it definitely doable because it's one of the easier masters as it goes. But it's definitely still a little bit of a challenge. Of course, we could stick in other exotics. That's again why we have that in the corner and even a sacrifice there. This being the LMG one, if we kind of take it to the character as well, again, saved as a 5-piece as we see here. And that's, again, for that same purpose, we can put in different exotics. What you see there as well, I have it saved with an ACS alongside of it. But if we are going the Tinkerer, I do have actually, several other LMGs to pluck from, depending on which talent I want alongside of it. Because the LMG of it doesn't matter, so we can even use some of the ones that we were using with tipping skills there. And I can bring different talents here to bear alongside of it. But of course, if I'm not going, for instance, with Tinkerer, then that ACS is actually pretty handy for stacking up, especially for also going chest. Then the thing that actually all of my characters also will have is that beyond even this being saved as 5 pieces, as we discussed there, Chest Striker can be really powerful in certain situations. Wherever you can consistently stack to 200, this is the way to go. And there are places that is very, very easy to do. For instance, some of the incursion fights and even some of the raid fights, especially in dark hours. Now, because of that, I basically have all 6 pieces, and this gives me all the options of striker. I can either go with the chest striker or without, but I've saved it with that obliterate chest there, mostly as that is one of my go-tos, and if I need a chest striker, I likely have the time to make that change happen. Now, of course, as well, striker is agnostic about what weapons we use. Here, for this character, it's saved with LMGs, but of course, I do have ARs here, and if I really want to, I can just stick in a Lexington or a Citar or a FAMAS as I have them here from other builds, of course. That is the nice thing about strikers in general, and now also Coco as it has come in. They are universal on weapons, so we can stick different things there, even including SMGs or, even, for instance, going Tinkerer and double shotguns, double ACSs can be very powerful for very short bursts, basically. But having it saved effectively this way, and even then having the chest there gives me all of the options. And that's generally what I would recommend doing with these builds as well. That's why we'll keep seeing on a lot of builds 5 pieces saved, and yeah, we'll always have those options. If we go back to the build picture here, layout wise, we're kind of setting it up in the same way as the Tinkerer or the tipping scales that we had, so that we can stick in the Tinkerer or the Overdogs or whatever other exotic we kind of want. And because of that, the layout of it is kind of the same. And here we see that crit damage glove going underneath for the Overdogs and such. Basically, this last piece is always bringing in some crit chance. That's the way that I have it set up, except for with the sole exception of the Centurion, because yeah, that one has the crit chance there as well. Of course, yeah, other options as we can slot in and make this whatever striker we need it to be at the time. And this is the go-to damage dealer for me. If we need to do damage, if we need to get shit done, this is what I go to. Strikers, of course, as well. Pretty easy to get together. Same as tipping skills, where we have a red core gear set. So we just find it, and especially for keeping it all red as we have here, it is pretty easy to get one together. The reason as well that this is a highly recommended starter build and it is on the top of the recommended build list is that it is easy enough to get together, and all you really need is basically 4 pieces of striker and then whatever high end, and you basically have enough firepower to deal with up to challenging quite quickly on a new character or new account, or just, you know, starting out. Just because striker is that powerful, and especially the chest variant is kind of unmatched by most things. But here we're running it, of course, with Obliterate, and the reason for that is that the Obliterate stacks up a lot more consistently. Generally, for the chest striker, you need it to be generally above 150 stacks for it to be beating the Obliterate variant. It basically beats it at around 150 stacks, but you need to be generally above that, of course, to make up for the time that it is behind effectively. So some situations call for Obliterate, some situations calls for the chest. Having the option to go both ways is kind of nice. And this is definitely one of the top recommended builds, as we quite often joke, as yeah, just if somebody asks like what build do I use for this, it's some form of striker, as we often joke about. And yeah, this one then is set up for LMGs, but of course, yeah, any weapon type here will work. And very valuable build, and we'll see kind of this repeating with different exotics kind of as build pictures, as kind of a cop-out, as all of them are actually saved with that 5 piece. But of course, also one of the rules that I have for myself in the build collection is if I have the option to, I don't want to have the same build twice. So we'll at least present it differently. So for instance, we'll see in the future on other characters having Overdogs on the main build picture, or having Coyote on the main build picture, just to shake things up and also give those variants so we can kind of show them for people if they are asking for a specific one. Strikers, yeah, well worth having. Everybody should really have one at least, just for when the going get tough, the tough grab their strikers is an old saying. And because of that, yeah, one of the highest recommended builds in the collection. Seven minutes, but yeah, that's a big one anyway. Yeah, let's get this again as well. So let's get name and then link. Okay. Apparel change. And then loadout change. To pasty. Am I sending there? No. Yeah, for those coming in, we're recording for an upcoming video, so that's why I'm kind of doing the YouTube voice. and the YouTube cadence. Yeah. As we go to 1.03, The O3 on most of these characters will be some form of a high-end build. Now, generally, the high-ends don't per se, in most cases, really fare well against some of the gear sets, but they still have their uses here and there. This is one of those. This is, for instance, here for the Pestilence build. We can actually go with Lengmo pieces here, as we have 3 Lengmo pieces, which have all been recored with a backbone here as well, and then a Sacrifice, an Overdogs, and a Fox Spur, and this is one of the go-to Pestilence builds. Now, with the start of this season, definitely Concentrated Company, Coco is definitely one of the go-tos as well for Pesty. But there's still a place for this one, and we'll actually look into that with the Coco in-depth look, where this doesn't need to stack up as much as a Coco. But of course, once a Coco kind of gets stacked up, it kind of beats this build out quite a bit. That's the kind of issue for high-ends nowadays. Generally, there is a gear set that will outperform a high-end pretty consistently. In the case for just normal red builds, yeah, Strikers, Tipping Scales, even Umbra, even OD, and yeah, for instance as well, Coco as well. But I still really enjoy this build, and this is one of my go-tos, and this is also the favorite of many. This one is very hard to put together because we're looking at 3 unicorns. Now, we're no longer looking at a super unicorn because this used to be with a Lengmo chest. Back then, we used to run it with the Coyote. That was one of the go-tos back then. But ever since the Overdogs came in and Overdogs applying to the Pestilence, it has become the go-to for Pestilence builds. With that piece also going over there, that opens up a slot for the Sacrifice to go in here. And while this is a full red and is a glass build, it actually has the tools through the Pestilence to kind of, if it, for instance, gets pinned down, it is still doing damage and is still killing things. If we take it into the game, yeah, it is only saved in this one way because there isn't much we can change here. One thing we could do is, if you really want to, you can run it with the Equalizer instead of the Sacrifice, but I would highly recommend the Sacrifice. One big change, it isn't just about the damage here, and that's the big change between the two, of course, because effectively that Equalizer here will be still quite a lot. It will be additive to the backbone, especially. That's the main reason we go with the glass. We do already have a total weapon damage source, so that Perfect Obliterate would be additive to it, diminishing the returns of both a little bit. This glass is separate, of course, and is just this full 30%, but also this is always active. So even if in the 10 seconds you don't shoot someone, you will lose or get a kill. You do lose your perfectly unstoppable force, but at least you don't lose this, where if it was Obliterate as well, you would lose both. And I do like this setup quite a lot, but yeah, it comes with the caveat that you need some Lengmo pieces, and all of these always come with blue cores. That makes this kind of harder to put together, and honestly, might be easier nowadays to, for instance, if you want to mess around with the Pestilence, especially if you do play in groups, because that's a big difference for Coco. It works a lot better in groups than it does solo. This will work out solo perfectly well. But yeah, we have a backbone that's recored from blue core to red core. That makes it kind of harder because you need these 2 stats to be there, and then you need to optimize it as well, making it not as friendly starting out. As yeah, this is definitely a build that I would recommend waiting for making, because yeah, you do need to invest quite a bit into optimizing and then also in farming these pieces. All of these do have blueprints as well, so you can craft for them, and that's usually one of the ways to go for it. If you see a Lengmo piece on a vendor, you can buy it, deconstruct it, and turn that into crafting a bunch of them. But that's generally as well only really a thing to do when you have a lot of watch points, and yeah, you already have kind of, better already setups already there, like having the Striker first. I wouldn't recommend this as a first build. So not very new player friendly, but definitely one worth trying out if you haven't yet. Pestilence has a value all to its own, where it can actually, yeah, it's spread, and that damage that it does, especially to enemies that you're not currently shooting at, it will also stagger them and such. And once you have a big enough pesty stack going, and that's what the setup here is for, it will make its own kills, and when it jumps around, it resets the timer. Here we have more than enough on the Pestilence itself to get a full elite kill, well, if we're solo. So once we're kind of somewhat stacked, that stack will just keep going for itself, and that's very powerful, actually, of this build. If we go back to the build picture, yeah, I would definitely recommend setting up your Pestilence with a crit chance here. That is the better pick. Generally, the Pestilence, even though, for instance, DTA and such does apply to the tick, if the build is set up to be a crit chance, crit damage build, this will get you the most output. And here as well, this isn't about the biggest tick, because, yeah, definitely there are other ways we can get a little bit more out of that. But this is about the better balance of having a high enough tick that is worthwhile having. As we see here with the Overdogs active, we can get close to 2 million. And then the build itself is still powerful, because you have to remember the pesty tick is just a little bit of your damage, actually. The build is doing generally 4 or 5 times over what the pesty tick will do. This build itself is likely hitting for around 10 million DPS, where this is, of course, just ticking away for close to 2 million. So definitely don't give up too much on the build to make that pesty tick that much higher. And that's kind of the idea behind this setup. It is definitely recommended, but it isn't a cheap one to get together. But if you already have some other builds and you are a little bit higher on the SHD, so you're okay spending some of it, for instance, to get some of those requisition points into a build, well worth considering. There we go. 621. Anyway, we need to go a little bit faster for some of these upcoming builds. Otherwise, it gets way too long. Change shooting. That's not. Yeah, no. The build doesn't do that. Like, the build doesn't care. I can run a glass build and stay more alive than most people, but also I can run a tanky build and die more than most people. The build itself does nothing. It's just a vehicle. You just have to learn to drive it, basically. Designated. I mean, yes, that's the concession there. You have to waste a lot of resources to get it going. But yeah, glass. That sentiment is a bad sentiment. Like, the build doesn't make no difference there, because it's all about the player skill in that sense. If you have the toolbox, and that's also what I would recommend if you're interested in kind of improving in that. And it's literally kind of, yeah, a get good. But then also I would say go check out the Toolbox series, for instance, and in there I can explain, yeah, you have some tools available to you. Use your skills, use your build's power, but also positioning and such is very important. Game knowledge is quite important. Because when this thing isn't on its back, it's killing so much faster than everything. That's the reason people run full reds. And especially glasses. They can do the damage. If things are dead, they can't kill you. Especially also in Division, like with Healthgate and Hives. Like, this isn't like Diablo or something where once you're out of health, you're dead. Here, once you're out of health, you hit the health gate, you're invulnerable for 2 seconds, that health gate comes back every 30 seconds, then you have a revive hive, and then you have another health gate. Like, you have to make a bunch of mistakes in a row to die. Okay. Yeah, apparel, almost forgot. This is young, yeah. It isn't per se like the build is kind of high aligned with this, because yeah, the apparel slots are just my apparel slots. But with some of the later ones, I did try to do that actually. Later on with character tree, we'll have like the Eclipse gear set, and then the Eclipse like apparel set as well. Yeah, let's go to this. So measure zone. 1.04. And then we come to 1.04, one that I kind of highlighted as well recently, and a new addition to the build collection, which is the measured assembly, the red one. And this was especially featured in the Bittersweet in-depth look. This is kind of the idea that I had for Bittersweet as well, of just either taking measured assembly or red FI and making a headshot variant of it. Having played around with the bittersweet, I kind of leaned towards the having it become the measured assembly, especially because the use of smart cover and its handling bonuses that it can give makes quite the difference. And then this can be kind of a group support, Healy, bonus armory, and then we give them also smart cover and such. And having played around with it, it is definitely one of the builds of the build collection, as we damn it a little bit with faint praise. But it is actually an enjoyable build. I definitely would lean for myself much more towards combat medics if I want this kind of playstyle. But trying to get those headshots in and then shoot an ally and then get some more headshots going and such, it was quite enjoyable. And I've definitely pulled this out several times here and there. Definitely for seasons when we get no regen, this would be a better fit. That's true for all builds that do any form of healing anyway. This season is fragile armor in the open world, and yeah, you can't heal that away. In season or in seasons, or for instance in Summit, where we can have no regen, actually there's quite a lot of use for having a little bit of healing going. And this then actually has a decent amount of hitting power, especially if it does get set up correctly to, if we get enough headshots and we go into that and then hit an ally and we are in that special state where we're just getting headshot hits the whole time. That's actually pretty powerful on this. But yeah, that's so situational that I would much rather be, for instance, on a combat medic where we have the consistency there, or even, for instance, refactor. But this was an enjoyable enough tool, the bittersweet especially, to kind of make a build around it. I'm not sure this will survive multiple seasons or such. We might lean towards maybe making this something else in the future. But for the time being, this is actually a more expensive build to get together. As this is again as well one of those gear sets where we are taking here a piece that is normally with a yellow core. All of these, all of the gear set pieces, the measured assembly parts, will always come with yellow cores here. Then we need to find basically pieces with headshot. We need to optimize those up. Pretty expensive. And then so we can recore it. So it is hard to find pieces, and then also it will cost quite a bit in the optimization. I wouldn't per se highly recommend this build. This build also did not make it into the recommended build list, which generally, if I like a build enough, I put it in there, especially if I feel that it's worth the investment in it. Here especially, I do enjoy the build. It's not per se something I would say I would outright go out of my way to get the investment into it, because there's a time investment and a resource investment. But I did enjoy my time with it here, especially as well with trying to keep Overwatch up and such. Makes kind of sense together with that smart cover. And actually, when we have it kind of going and our teammates especially are a little bit coordinated, so they sit in my hive, they sit in my smart cover, and we can get a few extra tiers going on it, it helps them out and makes for a decent enough group support. The thing is, though, that, an OD build would be much more useful just from a damage perspective, for instance. But it couldn't do the healing. Here we do have a little bit of that healing going as well. But that isn't per se that useful this season, but maybe in a future season if we have no regen again. So not a highly recommended build. Somewhat harder to get together. Because of that, it isn't the greatest. But it's definitely, it has, made it into the collection. And that doesn't happen unless it's at least somewhat useful. But somewhat useful isn't of course the greatest, as we kind of, especially for instance, if we compare it to something like Strikers, make that first. But if you're interested in being, for instance, a group support kind of, and doing a little bit of healing and such while having, while shooting yourself, worth considering maybe for those kind of people. Yeah, 431. Generally want to keep it under 5 minutes with a lot of stuff, if we can. Oh yeah, let's get, actually I didn't do, I did not do this one. Adding it here. Just for the description file later, as This way I don't have to do it all in one go, then that's just maddening sometimes, just sitting there copying all the time. Yeah. Swap in apparel. Yeah, I forgot this is Renegade. And swap in loadout. And on 1.05, we see our first Eclipse, the first of many, as I like Eclipse quite a bit. If you aren't familiar with it, I already also have, for instance, an Eclipse Masterclass. And Eclipse is definitely one of those builds that I enjoy quite a lot. It is a lot of fun to play a Fire Mage in a game where it's mostly warriors, effectively. And it is also one of the go-tos, I feel, for any heroic missions and just generally heroic play. In a mission, I feel having, for instance, 4 strikers versus 3 strikers and a Fire Eclipse, generally, actually, I feel the 3 strikers and a Fire Eclipse will be very competitive with the 4 strikers or just 4 damage dealers. Mostly because the strikers can do their damage much more effectively if there's something in there doing its crowd control. And that's, of course, core to the Eclipse gear set. It can do, for instance, any of the status effects when you apply them to an enemy. If they die with it from any source, they will spread it to nearby enemies. And this one, especially in heroic settings, we go with fire. In legendary settings, it is also one of the go-tos, but there we go with foam because of the resistances on the enemies. This one is the glass setup that we have here on this character. And this glass setup is kind of a harder hitting variant of it, but not the general variant I would recommend. Especially the chest is well worth running on Eclipse. So generally we run it with the backpack and with the chest, but this is one of those variants that I do quite enjoy. But then actually, yeah, if we take it to the character in-game, this one, as we saw there actually, that was an electric piece. If we go back for a second, that is an electric piece over there. But here, of course, in the game, from a long time ago, because electric was added later than Golan, before that, we had to find a piece of Golan to recore if we wanted it on the chest or backpack. So I do have this chest, which is a super unicorn, and I want to keep it. So actually, with the loadout, it is saved this way. But of course, on the build picture, I don't want to do it. I don't want to put this golem piece there because if somebody goes like, "Oh, it needs to be a golem piece for some reason," and they go and farm it, I would feel horrendously bad. Because electric is, of course, exactly the same stat on that first piece, and is much easier to get because it comes with a yellow core to begin with. One thing I have here as well, although it's not saved in that way, but yeah, I do actually have an Eclipse chest, and I have one golem piece, and again, a golem piece just for the flexing, of course, because this could, again, also just be electric, and would be much easier and much cheaper, but of course, I had these pieces from in the past, and I want to keep some of them. But yeah, I have the pieces to make this effectively a chest and backpack Eclipse, the baseline Eclipse, as I quite often call it. Now, this is the most basic Eclipse and honestly the better one in most situations. And I do want to have access to that. That's why I have those pieces. But of course, again, this is kind of one of those, I don't save the same build multiple times, although actually we do save the same build multiple times, but we don't show it in the same way. So on one character, I have it as a glass. On another character, we have it as a foam. And then on a third character, we have it in this normal way and my preferred way. But yeah. So I do have the pieces on me to swap that out, and that is actually recommended as well. If you do want to try out the glass version, I would make this version first, and then yeah, get the pieces to maybe try a glass version as well. And that is nowadays also much easier to do. This gear set as well is actually one of the ones that is very easy to put together. Because of that, sometimes it gets recommended even to newer players. I wouldn't per se say that. I much more recommend strikers, for instance, as a starting build. The thing is, these are very powerful and can very quickly do, for instance, heroic content by themselves, but they also require a lot of game knowledge. And of course, experienced players will have that. So for instance, for myself, if I start a new account, I would not be adverse to running Eclipse at all. But that's because I already have the game knowledge of where everything spawns and such and how to deal with those, and then also how to run a build that effectively doesn't have any built-in survivability of itself, but then just has to really rely on its skills to stay upright. Because of that, I wouldn't per se recommend it just to new players, but it is definitely a recommended build. If you're interested, yeah, I have a masterclass on it, which goes very in-depth. The masterclasses are basically build showcases, but then even more extended and longer, going over multiple builds and just, yeah, trying to be a masterclass. I do also have a build showcase for a little bit shorter, and yeah, of course, even several shorts on the different versions of this. This being a yellow core gear set, it is very easy to get together because, yeah, we just need the max stats, for instance, available in our library and such. They will always come with the yellow cores. We're not recording anything here, so we just put the status effect alongside of it. The Val mask as well is available through the retaliation system in the similar way as the overdogs is, for instance. So if you really want to get it, well, first of all, it is in targeted loot masks, but you can also, if you do enough retaliations over a long enough time, you will have all of the blueprints there and pretty easy to craft one in. Eagle-eyed among you might have also noticed that in the game, I actually have it saved with a lefty instead of this everlasting gaze because I found myself generally not using it much, so I'd much rather have that sledge at the ready there. Now, as well, actually, in the game, of course, one of the things that we're running on basically all the builds nowadays is the quick step, but yeah, this build picture didn't per se see an update, so it is still showing a different weapon, but of course, that I'll rely that people will know to put that in there. Of course, as well, if you get a snow machine, this is the build to put it into. Eclipses are well worth getting together. They're not too hard, and especially if you go with not this variant, not the glass one to start off with, but just the one with the chest and the backpack, it is very easy to get together. You just need those 4 pieces. You need 1 piece of electric, and that can be either the glove, the knee pad, or a holster. It doesn't really matter exactly where it goes. And there's actually, yeah, in the current winter caches, there is actually the snow machine is in there, so you might get some of those. Then you do want the Val mask there. That would be the hardest piece to get, and a Scorpio or a capacitor to go along with it. Overall, yeah, definitely an easy build to get together and one that is very potent and one that I pull out quite a lot. There we go. 628, rambly. I'm getting rambly. Rambly bambly. It's fine. Yeah. Let's add this to here. Yeah, we're making decent pace. We're 5 builds in out of 16. And also now I feel like I've kind of have the cadence of when we're talking within a build. And on to 1.06, an Oxy build, which I've of course termed, or the name of it has become Oxymoron. Aren't I clever? But yeah, Oxy is definitely, in certain situations, one of the go-tos. It can do things in places that no other thing can. For instance, in floor 100, for dealing with the hunters, this can basically decimate them if we have 3 people running this, and then usually something to support them or foam the enemy into place, preferably as well a FI alongside of them. That can be very powerful. And then there's other places as well where this is the go-to. Now, the thing is, for most places, so for instance, if we're using it in incursion, you would want to specialize it where, for instance, their skill duration matters a little bit more. So there actually gets used with usually some Shiny Monkey and some Murakami. In, for instance, some of the raid strats and such, it gets used, but then as well there it gets specialized to have enough damage for what it needs to do, and then, for instance, having a little bit more survivability or such, or for instance, not needing to hit the enemy as the way we have it here with combined arms or such. That's also why often it gets used with different exotics, either, for instance, Acosta or BTSU gloves to trigger an overcharge, which can be very powerful as well, of course. But this is the basic setup for it, and then it gets usually specialized for the place that it needs to deal with. And that's what I do with mine as well. We have it actually saved in the game in the same exact way as we have it here. And the reason it is set up this way is just that, and for instance, the wyvern piece is here, even though this could also be an combined arms, the perfect combined arms backpack. Here we have it with the Wyvern, and this, for instance, is, yeah, the Empresses are on this side, so we can, for instance, stick in an Acosta's backpack, of course. Same as well, we can stick in a BTSU data glove. Now, the thing is here as well, we're running Technician, and we're doing so for the Artificer Hive. The Artificer Hive can boost the Oxy, and that's kind of the way that we, if we're doing Oxy things, that's generally the way that we would lean. But of course, if you're just wanting to, for instance, generally use it, although I wouldn't per se recommend that, because if you're trying to use it in missions or activities and such, it depends on the activity or things. But yeah, enemies are too spread out. They'll just get out of your Oxy. You don't have the firepower to kind of back it up. And yeah, that can be painful. But yeah, you could go, for instance, with different hives to kind of boost its damage from that end, because it has a ton of skill damage and such, of course. Here we're also using the Fox's Prayer. The Fox's Prayer is one of the few skills that it applies to, that the damage to targets out of cover is actually the Oxy. One other one is the Demolisher Firefly, but we don't use that enough, and that's also why it doesn't come up often when we're talking about DTAC for skills. But because both DTA and DT the damage to targets out of cover and damage to armor and apply to the Oxy, we have those two here. Damage to health doesn't apply to any skill, and that's why we're also not having that in here. But that's why we have a dedicated setup for the Oxy, because mostly it's that Fox's Prayer that we would need. Now here we have them, of course, with pieces that are re-rolled to be with at least one of the pieces to be with skill tier. That's somewhat the harder piece to get together here. We do have Technician, of course, covering for one skill tier. We'll get one skill tier from there, so we just need 5 skill tiers on the gear here. So here I've left the Fox's Prayer with its weapon damage. That would also make it actually easier if you don't recore it. You can just put skill damage there, and you can optimize up the weapon damage there. This Contractor piece is kind of the harder part to get to it, because the rest of the pieces are actually pretty easy, as they are yellow core pieces, so you just need to have basically one of the stats there, and you can put the other one alongside of it. The skill tiers especially effectively are always maxed out, because in comparison to a weapon damage core that might not be full, a skill tier is just a skill tier. That makes it so super easy to get some of these high-end pieces. As we saw in the game as well, actually I have it saved with an in-sync shotgun, and then actually the Glory Days, and then the capacitor I always have on me anyway. So quite often with the weapons, it will be that, yeah, I'll swap it on the spot. The reason as well that we have a shotgun, the DTA and the DTOC that it will have will apply as long as we're holding it. But then the thing would be we fire out the oxychems, and then we swap to the shotgun and trigger in sync, of course, as well. And that actually does a ton of damage. The capacitor, of course, also has DTA and DTOC on it, so that can also be a good tool. But here, especially the shotgun, is quite easy to just get a tap out and get that in sync going. That's usually how I use it. The reason the Glory Days is there is actually the talents can be transitive to the Oxy. That stability that we have with the Glory Days, actually, while you're holding the cam, if you're holding, you equip the weapon, you swap to that weapon. While you're holding the cam, actually, it will have that stability bonus that the Glory Days has. And because of that, you can make it so much easier to land your Oxys on target, as it won't be waving around as much, and it'll be much more stable. So you can land them directly on target. But yeah, overall, this build isn't too hard to put together. One of the harder pieces is just that Contractors or the Fox, because you basically need one of them with the skill damage on it to recore. The other one is easy enough to get. Overall, not per se a super valuable build, except for when you need it. And honestly, most of the time, if you need it, you know. If you're doing something and people go like, hey, could you have an Oxy build for this? Then this, as a general layout, works out well. Keep in mind as well that, yeah, we generally go with glass, but actually the backpack talent, you can also go, especially with tech support and such, as that can be a second, because here, of course, we need to hit the enemy to have this combined arms going. But I do generally want to have that as well, because with the capacitor and such, we are doing that. Otherwise, you go with tech support here for a much easier time, or even, for instance, sticking the Acosta, and then you use that and you toss a grenade to overcharge it. So yeah, overall, a build to have at least one of, especially if you're in the game long enough, as it has its uses and it has its places, but it's very specialized of a build. 6:45. It's fine. Also one that needs a lot of explanation. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second as well. But actually, let's do this first. So this goes there. A battle goes here. Let's actually grab that and this. Let's just save there as well, just in case. Yeah, I'll get you one check for a second. I need a melon. Indeed, we're recording. Well, hope you enjoyed it, though, your vacation. And yeah, welcome in. And Ada did know as well. And yeah, we are recording. I'm recording the build collection updates, character 1, as we're going through one by one, discussing all the builds and kind of explaining what they're for, how hard they're to put together, and everything. Let's go to the artillery, the mortar. As one build, yeah, same here. Although, yeah, some people really dislike it for its screen shake. but yeah, definitely an enjoyable build, well worth having. That's why I also have two. Actually, I have even one on like second account, which is the easier setup than this. Yeah. Won't play this. And we'll come to 1.07, which is an artillery build, a mortar build. And this one's definitely set up to be explosive damage. And yeah, it is going to run the mortar, which is overall, I would say, the best explosive skill. Pairing it here with, yeah, different skills alongside of it, either a stinger or a sticky, or even seekers can be an option. And the way that I have this one set up, there will be actually 2 of these in the build collection. And the other one is actually set up to be a much easier way of finding some of the pieces. Because here we're making use again of an contractors, as we have here, that is record, and that's actually the same piece as from the last build. One of the things I do try to do is, if I have that option, is if I have builds that kind of use the similar piece or the same piece, I'll put them on the same character. That way I'll save on a loadout slot effectively. And yeah, that here, for instance, this glove is used in both builds, making it 1 slot less. Then we have some unicorns here, making this build kind of hard to get together because, yeah, we have, for instance, yeah, we have that contractor's glove. We have a sacrifice that is with skill haste, skill damage, and that is record to a skill tier. And then we have 2 group of pieces that are also skill haste, skill damage, as we see here, and then record to a skill tier. All of those pieces don't drop often because of that as well. When you get them, whatever stats you get on them, you just optimize the rest. And because of that, it can be a very expensive setup to go this way. But there's also on character 5, another mortar build. And there it is with actually less unicorns. We're not going all the way into, yeah, we do still have the group of pieces in there. But on that one, we're going 2-piece Grupo, 1-piece China-Light, and then 3 pieces of Empress. That is still 2 unicorns, but that's 2 unicorns less than here, of course. Now, setup-wise, as we see here, this is, again, one of those builds that, yeah, we're going with here, those 6 skill tiers, because we do want to go with demo. We need that, of course, for the mortar itself, to unlock that skill, to have access to that skill. Because of that, we don't, yeah, use technician, where we would have the ability to keep one of these red cord, of course. These pieces, though, aren't too hard to get, especially the Grupo pieces, the sacrifice, and the contractors, because their named pieces can be a little bit harder to get. Especially for those, for some of the named pieces, the reconstructed caches, of course, contain most named pieces, blueprints. That is actually one of the better ways to get access to them. And over a long enough timeline, especially, well, they're available from Descent, but nowadays they're also available from Retaliation. On a long enough timeline, you'll have access to all of the names effectively through that system. That can make it a lot easier to get access to some of these builds. Because of that, this version of this build wouldn't per se be a build I would recommend starting out because yeah, it is a little bit expensive and it has some harder pieces. When we take it to the game here, well, we see, yeah, we have that loadout as there. I am actually saving it, for instance, here. Yeah, the capacitor isn't saved in here. I do have a lefty here just as an option. This is also an option for other builds, for instance, to pull in a lefty. I do generally, if I have exotics and such, they'll be in the character's inventory, so I don't per se save it with them. Here I have it saved with the Hive. Of note, actually, just as a trivia piece, the Hive does actually not benefit from explosive damage. It is a skill damage skill, even though it does yellow damage. And that's just down to, in year one, it was purely a skill damage tool. They changed that to become an explosive tool. That's also when it got its bleed. And yeah, they just never made it work with explosive damage. That means that actually, for instance, an explosive sticky or such benefits, of course, from the build here as well. But the thing is, the Hive, I feel the Stinger Hive is one of the most potent tools, one of the most potent skill damage tools in general. That's also why you see me use it on Eclipse, for instance. And yeah, this layout as we have it is, yeah, pretty expensive, as we also have here a name, but this name is not too hard to get in the strategic alignment. But yeah, those other four being unicorns is quite annoying. They aren't super unicorns, but they are unicorns. I should just also to explain, as we've used that term quite a lot for those unfamiliar with it, a unicorn, as the horse with the horn, is a rarer piece. And yeah, some items are classified kind of unicorns when we just have two stats, for instance, that we need to get right so we can recore the core. Especially as well if these stats are not the same as the core, because there's a less likelihood of getting them. If the core is red, it is very likely that one of the two stats will be red. That was a system that they introduced to kind of prevent rainbow rolls, but that's made it harder actually to get some of these kind of items. Because of that, yeah, these are, for instance, unicorns here as well, without the talent being changed is a unicorn. If we need two stats and the talent to be correct to recore the core, that is a super unicorn at that point, because we're going in for three pieces, and yeah, or three parts of the piece need to be correct. And that is, yeah, those are super rare. And because of that, super unicorns. Now here, yeah, you do need those group of pieces, but you would need the group of pieces anyway for the other version, as well as that explosive damage that they have is well worth speccing into. And mostly it is because the skill damage already feeds into its pool, but then explosive damage is its own separate pool. So only the specializations, explosive damage, this China Lights specialization or explosive damage, and then also this Gruppo's explosive damage, that goes into a separate pool that of course multiplies against all of the rest. Because of that, it is well worth going this route if you are going with the mortar. Yeah. 6 out of 7. Close enough. Yeah, let me do this again. And I don't mind people bumping into the camera there. Oh, yeah. Taking the links. Okay. Snacks, detour drone. Now the apparel. We go here. I'll catch you in chat for a little bit. Indeed. Although I would love to be in a basement. Actually, I'm actually pretty high up. I hate my stairs. Basement actually sounds nice. Just one set of stairs down, hopefully. Oh yeah, we have our coffees at the ready. But yeah, here as well, our coffee shops. Yeah, I mean they also sell coffee, but they're for the set. What's the best gear set to use with the pestilence? Oh, cocoa, definitely. But yeah, Coco needs to charge up quite a bit. But especially in group settings, it can do so very fast. And Coco feeding into weapon damage, Concentrate Company, this season's gear set. Because of that, it actually has a pretty high pesty tick. And the other way is actually not a gear set, which is just to use the Lengmo setup. You can also actually go strikers with Sacrifice and Gift, or just Glass Vigilance, in effect. That works out also pretty decently. But I'm very partial to, we already actually had it a little bit earlier in this, but this layout. So 3-piece Lengmo, Sacrifice, Overdogs, Fox's Prayer. This is one of the go-tos, and yeah, this doesn't need that much charge-up time as Coco does. But yeah, Coco, once it gets going, beats this build by a lot. So it kind of depends, yeah, if you're kind of like using it in duos or something, then that Coco version is much stronger. Although as well, for this season as well, it's kind of fine with just, it is just fine with a companion and a drone or something like that. That's kind of fine enough to get it stacked up over a little bit of time. But that's, yeah, next season we won't have the companion, so if it's just a drone now, it's like, 1 stack less per kill, so, or, per enemy marked. Yeah, let's go to this. Yeah. And we come to 1.08 Negotiator Turdro Hybrid. Now, yeah, as I kind of explained at the start, the layout of the builds on a character are kind of shown here, of course. We went through some red builds, then we went through some skill builds, and usually as well on the 0.5 the Eclipse, and before that, usually a healing kind of build, which that MA kind of fit. Now we've gone past the pure-blooded kind of skill builds, and we're going into some hybrids. Now, this is a Turdro hybrid. I use that prefix to mean, basically, yeah, it's a turret drone, of course, but just combined into one word. That's also, it's kind of half into each of those a little bit. It isn't a full-on turret drone build. It's not focusing per se on the turret drone. It's just especially putting skill tiers towards the turret and the drone, as we see here, but it isn't putting skill damage towards it. The rest of the build is effectively going into the capacitor. The capacitor is actually a pretty powerful tool here, of course, because we can also make use of its, just because it has good mods, and then it has a decent talent that puts on the damage end on the weapon because of the recouping of the skill tiers. Here, of course, we're getting 45 weapon damage from all of these skill tiers back. And then, of course, it feeds into skill damage. So that's actually really our only source of skill damage here on this build. On some versions, I do run the Memento backpack for skill efficiency. We do, of course, have a little bit of skill damage from the specialization going in there as well. And, of course, from the mods that there's on the tools itself. But the way that this is kind of set up is to have actually 2 very powerful decoys. That's the idea behind it, because while the damage, of course, is dependent on the skill damage, the tiering already puts them a little bit higher on the damage, but also makes them already pretty chunky things to deal with for the enemy. They do have a decent amount of health and armor, and they are, of course, a pest in the eyes of the enemy. And because of that, they can kind of be up front dealing with the enemy, and I can be in the back and try to as well here, especially with this gear set, try to do negotiator things. And this is a style of build that we'll see several times. I have also a concentrated company version, a striker version, and in the past even we did have an OD version and such. And I've tried it with many a different gear set. Here in Negotiator, we are taking the backpack with it, and that is actually one of the differences between this one and other ones, because the Memento is really strong, and these are mostly designed as solo builds. Because of that, the Memento is really strong, and then also the Memento feeds on the weapon damage end, and then also it feeds on the skill efficiency end, and even gives us a little bit of regen to kind of recoup the losses that we'll take if we take any hits, because we are full glass, of course, they're perfect glass. Here though, on Negotiator, that backpack is too good now. Nowadays as well, even on the Negotiators, as we'll see later on, I'm no longer showing any Negotiator with like a Vigilance backpack or such. That backpack, once it went from 100% on the spread to 112% on the spread, yeah, it became the de facto choice. So here we're kind of relying on that. Because of that, I have a coyote in here feeding a little bit into of course, our crit. Of course, can't go Tinkerer or such because the capacitor is just the tool here. Especially also the mods that the capacitor has means that it will beat out any other weapon that we try to put there. And of course, we can't use that, for instance, with Tinkerer. If we take it actually into the game, what we do see though is I do have it saved in a 5-piece as well, actually here, just to give me that option if I want to try it with the Memento. But with this one especially, I find myself just running it always with the Coyote instead. One thing we could do and could be set for it, if you do want to run it with the Memento, what can be done is, yeah, if the Memento goes in, I don't remember which one exactly it is with the crit chance or the crit damage mod, but if we're doing it this way, and that's also how it is set up in most of the other ones, then we don't need this sacrifice to be yellow cord. So it can just be a full red sacrifice, and that's how you'll see it with most of the other ones. And that's much easier, of course, to get together. We are going sacrifice on most of these sword drone hybrids because, of course, this feeds both into our skills and into our weapon damage. Glass is uniquely very powerful in that way. Because obliterate, if we were to take that instead, yeah, that would just feed into our weapon damage. The other thing we could take if you really don't want glass is to take Overwatch, because that also would feed into our weapon damage and also into our skills. And yeah, we can be in cover pretty consistently to have a good uptime on that. Overall, these are very potent builds, but of course, very expensive again as well. We are taking here red cord pieces, effectively red cord gear set. And yeah, we're trying to find pieces with the right crit chances and crit damages, and then recoring them. That makes it quite expensive, so not per se new player friendly. Also, most of these sword drone hybrids, and generally most builds that kind of try to hybridize in some way, because same is actually true, for instance, for the tech tanks, which are a blue-red hybrid, of course. You do want the watch to be there, so they aren't per se also new player friendly in that way, because you want the 1000... You want to be at basically having all of the watch bonuses, because of course here we're not just missing the weapon damages when we're if we're at level 0 effectively, or we haven't put anything into the watch yet. We're not only missing the weapon bonuses, but we're also missing the skill bonuses, of course, as well. So yeah, definitely a build to make a little bit later into your journey. And yeah, with that sacrifice here as well, if we're going with the Coyote, the Technician makes up for that Coyote, of course. So, but then that means we need a yellow core sacrifice here. That is a little bit harder of a piece to get because you need it with crit chance, crit damage, but still easier than, for instance, the one we saw on the Mortar, because here at least the stats are the same color as the core. So these are much more common to have crit chance, crit damage than, for instance, what we saw there with skill haste, skill damage. So a little bit of a unicorn piece there, but overall, well worth considering some of these. Now, the Negotiator one I kind of like because the Turret and Drone can do their thing in the background. I can be doing the Negotiator thing of trying to mark multiple enemies and then get the spread going. There is also, yeah, a Striker version of this and a Coco version. Especially the Coco version, the Concentrated Company version, works out really well. And of course, Concentrated Company likes actually having a Turret and Drone alongside of it anyway. That one has quickly become actually one of my go-tos to just grab if I want to have this kind of playstyle. As yeah, that one fits really well, and Concentrated Company is actually very potent. But Negotiator has its own playstyle, and because of that, I do like this build quite a lot. A little bit more expensive to put together, but worth considering if you do have the resources and the time investment available for it. $722, but yeah, this was the first of the third drone, so we needed to explain a bunch there. Yeah, let's go back here. There was anything? No. Although I'll catch you up, I likely did miss something. Window 8. You kind of feel like a used car salesman a little bit. Yeah. What does this use a different sacrifice? It's fine. Oh, apparel. Oh shit, did I? This is 8. Shit. Maybe we do redo that one. I forgot to change loadout because this is 9, right? Yeah. Maybe we do that one, and also I try to shorten it because actually, yeah, 7 minutes is too long. That build doesn't require 7 minutes. I kind of got rambly. I went on left. I like tangents. Yeah, let's redo that one. Then as well, I can actually have the, because what I'm trying to do is, yeah, every time we change build layout or loadout, we also change apparel loadout. And I've actually this morning kind of sat around and made sure all characters are different, at least on this account. So yeah, no loadout is kind of like double, so we can show off a lot of apparel as well as we go along. But yeah, let's redo that one. Also, yeah, try to make it shorter, and then also with the right apparel there. Totally forgot apparel. Yeah, so not this one. Back to here. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Also, let's deselect that. That also annoyed me, actually. I saw it till way too late. I had something selected there, so... yeah. 1.9. And here we'll come to 1.08, the first of the turret drone hybrids. The turret drone hybrids are effectively turret drone builds, as kind of you would guess from the name. But also in that name is kind of the intention here. We're not fully pushing into a turret and drone. We just kind of have them there, and they're half there, kind of. That's why it's a turret drone. As on these builds, we're just feeding especially some skill tiers into the skills, and then the capacitor as well, feeding a little bit of skill damage. But the rest of the build is not set up to the skill damage side of things. It is set up for the weapon damage side of things. And of course, the capacitor can recoup some of these yellow cores, and especially from that technician as well, we get basically 45 skill damage back from that. And also it has really good mods, a 10 crit chance and a 30 crit damage mod, meaning that it effectively has the equivalent of having 5 mod slots. So it is very potent in that way. And the PDR, that base weapon that it's based on, is actually pretty strong as well. That makes it that the capacitor is really the go-to for a lot of these hybrids and makes them actually kind of possible since its introduction. Now here, yeah, we do have it with some yellow cores here, and these negotiator pieces, of course, would be harder to get because the negotiator is always going to come with red cores. So we do have to recore a lot of pieces. We need to get it with the right stats on the second piece and on the attribute, and then the core we recore to yellow. Here as well, in the layout that we have it, because we're using a coyote here, which is my preferred exotic here as well. We do need that sacrifice here to be yellow cored as well. But because this is a sacrifice, unlike with the mortar build we saw a minute ago where it had skill haste and skill damage, which are not the same color as its normal red core, here at least the crit chance and crit damage are a lot more common to see because, yeah, those are at least the same colors as its core. But yeah, we need that one record as well, making this one also a little bit harder of a piece to get. If we actually take it into the game, what we see is that this one is also saved as 5 pieces, because I do want to give myself the option to run it with a memento. Now, most of the turret builds we'll see in the collection will be actually running a memento in there, because yeah, the bonuses from the memento into weapon damage and skill efficiency side of things, it basically feeds into both sides, and because of that, it's really strong once it is charged up, and even gives us, of course, some regen and such as we charge things up. Because of that, it is the go-to, especially as well, as these are kind of builds that I do mostly run solo or just are more solo-oriented kind of builds where these 2 skills are my decoys effectively. They do have a decent amount of health and such. They are skill tier 6, of course, which does feed a little bit into the damage, but a lot into their health. And because of that, they can be pretty chunky, and of course, they do damage to the enemy, so they keep them a little bit busy, and I can sit in the back and do negotiator things. And yeah, well, on most of these versions, I run it with the memento. Here on the negotiator, I do prefer actually that negotiator backpack. Ever since they changed this to be instead of from 60 to 100 to this from 60 to 112%, it is a little bit too strong to kind of ignore. That's why on this very turtle hybrid, I'm kind of leaning in a different way where we stick in a coyote and kind of lean on that negotiator mechanic. Now this as well, this doesn't hit super hard on the skills, this doesn't hit super hard on the weapon, but with their powers combined, it does do decent damage. And because also it has that, it has a decoy basically in, or two decoys, two very effective decoys. I can put those into the front, I myself sit a little bit back and just negotiator my way away. And I do enjoy that playstyle, because also on the short drone hybrid end, I do also have a striker one, because of course, and then also nowadays as well, a concentrated company one, a Coco one. And the Coco one especially because also it very much likes having a turret and drone, of course, to get its stacking going, especially for instance, if we want to try to use it solo, that one works out really well and has become one of my new favorites quite a lot. But this one I enjoy as well. Even though, it is a harder build to get together, especially because it will cost definitely some resources. If you go farming for it, it will take some time to get some of these pieces. Even though that, here we are getting pieces that are, at least the attributes is the same color as the core. Because of that, you'll see them much more often, making it decently easy enough to get the pieces. But then you will still need some optimization to get them onto the right spot and then, recording them. Definitely a build style worth trying, and the Turtle hybrids are all definitely in the recommended build list. And very enjoyable as just something different, as we kind of have to focus on having our skills going and ourselves as well. Because we just do as much shooting as any red build, but then also we have some extra tools to play around with. And we'll cut it there. Yeah, that felt much better anyway as well, and 512. And a much better length as well. And also the right apparel. Yeah, let's try to not forget that apparel.
Friendly supply convoy detected.
Bunch of people coming up and saluting me. I see there in the chat as I scrolled up in the chat for a second. In the game. Oh yeah. So that's that. I already added this one to this, right? Yeah. Ooh, 1.99. Didn't actually start recording when I hit the button. It was kind of weird. And we'll go to 1.09 now. Another Turbo hybrid, but with a different intent on this one. Here we have Refactor. Refactor, of course, when we deal skill damage to the enemy, when this turret and this drone deal damage to our enemies, we heal ourselves and our friends. So this is much more, while still kind of following the Turbo philosophy of just, we keep the yellow cores. And in this case, actually, the Refactor is kind of weird, where on the left side of it, it is with yellow cores. On the right side of it, so for instance, these two pieces, the glove and the knee pad that we have here, they are blue cores. So there we need to find them with the right stat to record them on this left side. Even though that you see that I have record them, we wouldn't need to. They would come with skill tiers. The reason they are record is actually the season that I added these in was the season with Redline. And Redline, what it gave us was an overcharge. You could just hit a button, you would get overcharged by that, and you could stay in an overcharged state for quite long. So we didn't per se need the skill tiers, and for that season, I really enjoyed this build very much because we had continuous basically overcharge, 6 skill tiers, and overcharge. And this was ran with all, on the pieces at least, red cores, and I would just get my skill tiers effectively just from the seasonal modifier. After that season ended, we changed it to become this layout effectively. And this layout still works out, and I kind of like it for in group settings especially. So for instance, the negotiator one, that would mostly be maybe small groups, maybe 2-man or such. not per se higher than that, because the second we kind of go to 4-man groups and such, I'd much rather have us all be red builds, and I would join that fray, of course, most of the time. Or at least maybe having like something like an fire eclipse, or for instance this can still provide effectively 2 decoys in a turret and a drone that are 6 skill tiers. They are still pretty strong, and of course what they do is heal me and my allies as well. Here we are not running it with the refactor chest or the backpack, of course. The chest can be somewhat usable, but the glass is a little bit more useful, especially as it helps my damage quite a lot as well. Because while I don't hit too hard on this build, we still hit a little bit, and we can do our damage to at least get some kills in, kill some stuff, and if we are left alone, unlike, for instance, if we're running a full FI, a full healer or such, we're kind of reliant on our teammates a little bit more than we are with a build like this. Also, this gives me the opportunity to just play around and shoot and stuff instead of just being, just waiting for somebody to get hit to heal them. Overall, Refactor, of course, a very potent build. Now, I would say especially the full turret drone variant is definitely worth having. That one, especially for legendaries and stuff, especially if you're doing it with randoms and such, is a very potent build because it can do healing and it can do a decent amount of damage itself, so you're not fully reliant on your allies. But in that case, it's doing it through the turret and drone. This one is kind of more of an hybrid, very, very much so. Of course, it is a red-yellow hybrid effectively here. And because of that, it does have a little bit of its limitations. If we take it into the game, actually the loadout wise, just because in this one, we definitely don't want to take the backpack really ever. The memento is saved there, so it's kind of all ready to go. For the rest of it, though, it is exactly as it is on that build picture. And yeah, I definitely like this build quite a bit for just, having it in seasons, especially as well, with no regen and such. This still has enough healing, for instance, but then quite, a little bit of a distinct playstyle where we can have that turret drone kind of hybrid, the turret drone hybrid kind of playstyle. And alongside of it, we are healing our allies. It is a little bit, I very much as well kind of get frustrated with it sometimes, as I don't get to heal my allies whenever I want to, because we do need to get our skills out, get damage going. And that means that we need enemies there. And especially, for instance, on seasons with no regen is when builds that have the potential to do any type of healing a little bit actually get pulled out. As in those seasons, it's very valuable to just reset everybody's armors and such in between fights, because we don't have our out of combat regen then. But yeah, this can kind of do that role and do it decently well. But I find myself, definitely leaning a little bit to the combat medics just for play. But of course, often, and that's also true for the build collection, there's a lot of builds in there that I have and then also keep because they have a unique playstyle, and this definitely fits that. It is one that is a little bit harder to get together because, we need to find 2 pieces at least to recore. Now here on these pieces, I would just keep the skill tier as is and try to, and then just put a stat here. You can just recalibrate that stat, of course. Here I have that still from a remnant from the long past, that the recalibration is on the core. But of course, I've kept those pieces there for now, just in case we get another season where we get some skill tiers. Overall, well worth considering. Not the highest recommendation, but definitely if you are into, for instance, if you run with a group quite often, this can be a decent way to keep them upright while doing your own damage. Yeah. Wait, have I actually... No, also, we haven't had any real new additions except that MA build, right? Yeah, okay. Let's get the name here. On to the next loadout. Let me catch up on chat as well in the middle. Ten. Yeah, let me get up here for a second. Thanks. Hi, Rob. Welcome to Tech Tanks Anonymous. Hi, I'm IKEA, and I haven't ran a tech tank for 2 hours. Hi, IKEA. After you, where's best to start? Really depends. Just play is a start. A link here to the recommended build list. Depending on how long ago it was and how well geared you were back then, I would definitely recommend getting like a build out of that setup. But that also kind of depends on if you're solo or in group more and stuff like that. And then, yeah, set a goal for yourself and just get going. You might want to, if you're just coming back right now, if this is like your first day back, for instance, the Krampus event, trying to go and farm some Krampuses, maybe random matchmake for some bounties and get some keys and stuff, and maybe get some of the items of that then. But yeah, definitely, you know, there's a lot of goals you could set for yourself, and those are going to be different for each person. But the recommended list might have a few ideas at least for builds to get going. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah. One time. Change outfit, I should. And we'll come here to 110, going into the double-digit loadouts. And this is a Headhunter's Fury. This actually, we recently, a few months ago, did a build showcase with centered around the pistol Headhunters. That's especially the Regulus and the Harvest are the two go-tos there. And also, yeah, for a lot of people nowadays, getting a Regulus and being interested in some builds to maybe make for it, there are two go-tos. There is the Headhunter Furies, which is somewhat this layout, and there are several ways of setting it up. We'll kind of show a few variants in a second. And especially as well, that build showcase goes in depth into it. If you're more interested, go watch that, I would say, on my channel. The other one is high-end setups for it. And that is also then shared with basically the Harvest. The Harvest uses the same layouts. And then also actually just to slap in here, yeah, the Ouroboros and the Eagle Bearer then in kind of contrast to this. The Regulus really does like being on a build, for instance, a headhunting build like this. It does require a little bit its own build. The Eagle Bearer, the Ouroboros are just guns. That doesn't mean that they're bad, but they're just guns. They don't need a specialized build. They could go on a Striker, for instance, in the case of Ouroboros, they could go on a Hunter's Fury, but not this one, but just the normal crit chance, crit damage Hunter's Fury. This is a headshot variant. Yeah, they don't need specialized build. They just go on Striker or just any build they fit in on Concentrated Company, on Umbra, things like that. You could stick it basically on a build that you like. They don't require the distinct builds. Regulus, though, definitely does, or definitely is worth considering at least making a headhunting build for. Now, yeah, this setup is, of course, yeah, all headshots as we see here, and then weapon handlings alongside of it, all the mods being headshot as well. And this setup is then definitely the Vigilance one that we have here is very much intent on doing as much as high of a hit to start off with, and then kind of following that up. It has more than enough to start on a red, and then to go already actually on the second shot to go to an elite. And that's what this setup is kind of for, but then of course you can play with it quite a bit. Because there are a lot of ways of setting up this build and actually personalizing it or changing it just to fit the situation as it requires. If we actually then take it into the game, we see that it is saved in the exact same way. Point of note as well actually is, as you may have noticed, the grading that I have on a lot of weapons there. For instance, having a grade 30 Regulus as we had on the build picture. Most of my graded weapons, especially on main account, live in the stash. They're not saved with the characters and such because, of course, I don't have, for instance, in that case, we're using Regulus on, I think, 3 characters. We would need 3 grade 30 Reguluses. I don't have that. I mostly just save them with grade 0 weapons, and then we'll go get the grade 30s if and when we need them. And quite often, you don't even need to. I end up just playing mostly with ungraded weapons. That's also why it's funny to me when people say like, oh, you're just doing better because you're running, grade 30 and everything's optimized and such. Everything is optimized. That definitely is true. But yeah, I'm often not running grade 30. I oftentimes just, basically don't care and just grab the weapons as they are on the character, and mostly ungraded is the case in that case. Here as a variants for it, as we also actually have in the build collection, we have a memento variant, and I want that same system here. That is why also actually what you see on the build picture, if we go back there for a second, this is shown with the DNH backpack that I had in game there, but not with this chain killer. But that chain killer is, of course, in their inventory from other builds, from a hotshot build, actually. If we take it to the game, it's 2 pieces DNH. So this is, again, one of those places where we're kind of saving the loadout just to, for instance, here, either I come in, and of course, we don't ever want to run 2-piece DNH. That 30% stability is not worth it. But if I want that version as we had it on the build picture, I come in here and I grab this chain killer, which is saved with a different build. And of course, it's the stats are the same as needed. So then it becomes a chain killer and this DNH backpack, but then I can keep the DNH chest instead and go with this memento with headshot damage. Somewhere deeper in the build collection in 5, we have actually this variant shown, and that character actually has it mostly saved in a similar way, where I give myself the option to go different ways with it. Because even beyond those two, one thing that I have here as well is even an Hunter's Fury headshot backpack, and that is just for a 3rd variant, and that is where we keep, either the DNH chest or chain killer. Doesn't per se matter between the two too much. The chain killer has a better 2nd shot, the DNH has a better 1st shot and cap, and we can go with this Dodge City instead, making a 3rd variant effectively. We did show off all of these variants in the build showcase for it, so if you're interested in that, go check that out. But this way I give myself the option to swap around, and that's quite often important for me, and that's why I spend some time thinking of like, oh, how do I exactly save the build? What other builds do I put alongside of it to, for instance, have a chain killer saved with a different build on this character so that, we can bring that in if need be and then swap pieces around. And to me, that's actually very enjoyable of a thing to do, and just kind of beyond just, for instance, spreadsheeting, oftentimes as well, sitting there thinking of like, oh, if I save it like this, we can move something around like that, and making options available to play around with. Because especially with any of the headhunters, you can kind of customize it to fit your playstyle. Part of it is also the specialization that you pick, especially, for instance, if here with Firewall, we get that much better Striker shield that can give us some damage bonuses, but we can go, for instance, as well, just Technician, and then with a Bulwark shield, and then we have a 2-tier, or especially with the Memento, then we have a 3-tier shield, for instance, a 3-tier Bulwark shield, and that can be very strong by itself, of course, as well. We do give up some damage at that point, but it still has enough damage, especially, for instance, if Reanimated is around, it has way too much damage even, but just in general, it still has more than enough damage to deal with what it needs to deal with. As a build to put together, this isn't too hard, as the Hunter's Fury pieces are red scored pieces as they are, so you just need to find decent enough weapon damage on it or just some decent headshot stat on it. I would recommend, actually, if you're putting it together, to have a few of the pieces to be blue coreable for when Reanimated comes around, as you can just put it mostly blue cores and have a really easy time with this kind of build. Making it easy to farm the pieces and pretty cheap to get it going. Now, of course, the Regulus or the Harvest are the harder pieces to get. If you have to, you can drop down to a Police 686. That is a little bit less damage than the Harvest. And of course, with Determined, these things can be very good for farming, and with Regulus, they can be very fun for just popping heads and just blowing up entire waves as they spawn. Yep. 7:30. That's a longer build anyway, so that makes sense. Yeah, let me catch up here. Oh wait, let me do this first because I'll forget. And then I'll catch up. So, saving the link. Okay. So if you don't want to save there, changing apparel. Black Desk redeemed. And a hotshot next. Well, let's maybe take a different background here. Just to shake things up. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. DNH backpack does not show up in crafting. Yeah, a lot of pieces don't have crafting blueprints. Especially a lot of the year 1 pieces. So pieces that didn't get added in like seasons or, year 2 onwards. Most of those do have blueprints for most slots, but yeah, DNH is a classic, year 1 brand set. So it does have chest, but yeah, it doesn't have backpack. But wait, what? The festive delivery. In what way? I don't have the festive delivery. Like, if you mean like the full, like the, because we're using the capybara one, but what's earlier? And thank their Derek for the kind words. They're definitely well, a little bit higher up is the recommended list. Getting something from there together will, with a little bit of play and understanding the build a little bit, should get you into heroic pretty quick. Yeah, so let's go back here. Hot shot. Shot hot.
You looking for something to do?
Hot shit. Yeah, that's good. And showing crafting should make a difference. Oh no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there are some of, especially also again year 1 items that have like different apparel or different ways they look. But yeah, that makes zero difference. Like for instance, Oraldi backpacks, there's also like several ways that they look, but it's all the same brand. That's from back when they had different names also meant different like amount of stats and mod slots and stuff like that. Which was batshit insane in Gear 1. I feel people forget how batshit insane Gear 1.0 was. When they feel nostalgic for it. Because you could have RLD backpack, but then you could have a different RLD backpack that was different stats, or like had different number of stats and then different mods as well. So, yeah. Nowadays it's all, if the brand's the same, it's the same. Yeah, that's good. And let's go to 1.11. As here we see a hotshot build. This used to be actually under number 1 slot, but Tipping Skill kind of took that over. Definitely a build that kind of fits this character still as well, but yeah, I kind of changed it as the signature build. Also because now the hotshot build on character 5 is actually now their signature build. But that aside, here nothing changed really, but yeah, we did give it a refresh, and actually on a lot of builds, just to highlight here as well, actually not all builds, but especially most of the weapon builds, there are still some missing, but we'll get, I'll update those as we go through with these videos. Basically, before these videos, I've just been updating them. That most of the weapons will be at grade 30, just so we can have comparable damage numbers to compare between builds, of course. As yeah, now that grading has been capped for a while at 30. Yeah, just taking the time to kind of upgrade those. That's also why the build collection took a while to upgrade. It was actually a lot of just also being thorough and just kind of refreshing things and cleaning up a lot of the things. Also, for those that may have noticed, we added some links in the upper right corner. Actually, if you click on them, they'll take you to the different, the build collection or the recommended list as well. And also, I'm nowadays showing there when it has been updated. This will, especially going forward, be handy because, yeah, we can, whenever I do actually update the build picture or effectively just, give it a pass and just make sure everything's still in order for that season, I'll increment this to the current season effectively. Now, actually going to this hotshot, a basic hotshot here, Chainkiller Aroldi. Chainkiller Gift is definitely also an option. Here for the main build picture, I am going with Aroldi because it is an easier piece to get. But both are very viable options. The Gift has a better first shot. The Aroldi has especially a better cap shot. Now here as well, we're showing it with the White Death. The White Death is nowadays somewhat the most powerful high-end that we have, even though I end up using quite a lot of other weapons as well instead of this. Shroud, of course, a very powerful tool that came in and a little bit broken still. And also one of the reasons on both of the builds, we won't see the damage numbers for them there. Even though actually, if I kind of sneak down a little bit, I was prepared to put them in. That's also why this kind of the Shroud kind of layout for it is already here with the grading and stuff. But the Shroud kind of is acting up in the range, and to try to get those damage numbers out in the open world has been a little bit too annoying. So I've just kind of excluded it for now, and then hopefully they'll fix whatever issue it's having in the range where it doesn't want to seem to trigger consistently. Sometimes does, sometimes doesn't. It's talent. The reason we're going here, with Chainkiller and Aroldi, one of the simpler setups for it. Now, of course, we have the Habsburg variant as well of this. That is on a different character. The Habsburg variant can have a much higher first shot, and its second shot actually is a little bit lower than this Chainkiller, and then has a much higher cap as well. Which is definitely, overall, if you can have that one, a better variant. But that one is two super unicorns. That is two true super unicorns, where even the blue core makes it so that the headshot weapon handling we would want on it is quite rare, and then you would need the Headhunter or Vigilance for the backpack to be already there, because you also need both pieces, because it's honestly at 2 pieces that it becomes actually worth using. So this is kind of the more realistic starting version. And this build can be really good and well worth getting together pretty quickly, as with Determined, you can make very easy work of especially Outcast and cleaner control points. They don't have helmets, and Determined will just make it super easy to clear those out. And as well, Hotshot, as most Headhunter builds, and same is true as actually for that pistol Headhunters that we had a second ago, they can deal with 5 directives in general. And it doesn't per se matter which 5 directives, because even here as well, with Pistolero, what we can do is just, for instance, with Sharpshooter, sit in cover for a little bit and generate some ammo, or go around and especially grab some special ammo that is out in the open world. That'll give you some starting rounds, more than enough to get going. So for instance, if you know a location of shock rounds, flame rounds or such, that can be your starting ammo for your weapon. And then you'll sit in cover and just generate ammo through Sharpshooter for MMRs and rifles, but then here especially MMRs. These kind of setups are definitely, for just hard farming, one of the top picks, and even more potent, for instance, in certain situations like clear time for control points, especially Outcasts and such, even more potent than, for instance, a Striker build and such, as these can, because of Determined especially as well, just, if you're not familiar with Determined, you have to headshot once to basically get Determined going. As long as you're killing with any all the subsequent shots, you just can body shot, body shot, body shot, body shot. And that's the reason as well why we single out helmets as a thing, because helmets, of course, with Determined, if we hit an enemy with a helmet, it will just pop off the helmet and not kill them. You'll lose Determined. Now you need to actually do an actual headshot again, and that's way too much to ask, of course. So with Determined, you can very quickly clear out especially Outcast and cleaner control points, and yeah, that makes this one of the most potent builds in the game for farming. In the game, yeah, it is set up exactly the same way, except that I have it saved as well with a custom M44 here. The custom M44 is the hardest hitting of the bolt action magazine based MMRs. Because of that, I like having that one there just to play around with. But honestly, my go-to, even though it's saved with a different build, is actually this hand basket. The hand basket is one of those items, it is a seasonal item, so it's not always available. It is in the winter caches now, but also trying to get a detox one to put the determined there. It's actually kind of hard, and I'm hoping that maybe soon again we'll see an event where the hoarder is out. That's the time to kind of farm for this one. But actually, the hand basket has definitely become my go-to, because the nice thing about the hand basket is, especially if you do use the scope, and yeah, I basically always do use on these headhunters the digital scope, and I don't mind the scope at all. I kind of like having it there. You can definitely go unscoped as well, especially with determined, because you're just body shotting anyway. But I like having the scope there, and with the hand basket, you don't scope out between shots. With the bolt actions, just because of the action, it basically scopes you out, and you have to scope back in after the action. Here, when it fires, it is a long interval between shots, but then because it is a pretty low RPM, it is 1 per second effectively with that 60 RPM. But that's fine because you don't get scoped out, so you can already try to go to the next target, land it on their head, and then just when the gun is ready, it will actually, because it is actually full auto, it will, if you hold the button down, instantly fire. And that's actually one of my, it's a mini game I enjoy a lot, to try to find the next head before the next shot goes out, effectively. And I quite enjoy that playstyle. But of course, yeah, the exotics, as we also had in those numbers there, definitely worth having. That's also why this character doesn't have a nemesis and a shroud here. I no longer have a mantis, because honestly, the shroud is just the mantis, but better. So I don't end up using that much anymore. Overall, this is very much a highly recommended build, and one of the easy ways to get to heroic 5 directives very quickly. Because if nothing else, if you set this up and then go, especially on the west end of the map, and then west end, the zone specifically, and just go to the control points there, you'll find that it's very easy to get this going. Even with limited skills or limited headshot abilities, you just need 1 headshot to get it going, and especially that first headshot can go out when the enemy isn't, for instance, scattered yet or running around. You just, try to find an enemy that you can headshot easily. It can't start on an elite, but in every control point there is a purple. You start on that purple and then just work your way down. As well, if you're willing to, for instance, go with a shroud or the nemesis, you can actually put out a lot more damage even, but determined is just super fast. Yabbity yep. Yabbity yep. 8 minutes. How long is this already? Although it is, although it's going to be long anyway. That's a given. 111, 113. And we have 5 more builds to go. Okay, so it is 140 likely. That's fine. We just want to hit all of them. I'd rather say too much than too little. Oh, loadouts. All right, apparel loadout. Yeah, let's actually add that to the description file as well as we go through. And this one. Oh, do I miss anything? No. Yeah, let's go here. Love me some good handbasket, indeed. And yeah, for once, I'm not sure if I want to watch it back, but I didn't call it a bread basket once, did I? Whoa. Wait. Did audio break there? It sounded almost like. Wait. This is fine, right?
Friendly supply convoy in proximity.
These kind of setups are definitely... Nah, so it's fine. Sounds fine. My brain just broke. Yeah. Yeah. Yay. See, I'm learning. Because I have a tendency to call the handbasket the breadbasket. That's, I mean,
Good to see you.
understandably, right? But yeah. Yeah, so 112. And we come to 112, where we have ongoing directive shotguns. The impetus for this one was that, especially for shotguns, there aren't many good chest talents. So a while back, especially once they changed the OD talent to be much more potent with the chest. This is a long time ago. Don't remember if that was Project Resolve or a little bit later, but yeah, it's been a while. There's not a new addition. But then it became like, oh, that could work well for shotguns, and then also shotguns could take Sadist, of course, giving them a great talent as well. Even though Brazen as well is really strong for shotguns. So we had this for a while, and it worked out well enough, especially in group settings, giving your teammates ongoing directive and then using our ongoing directive bullets, the hollow point ammo. That can be a really good way of generating ammo. Because of that as well, for just missions and such or activities, this can run around and effectively also be in 5 directives. Because the 3 good ways of dealing with 5 directives is either you go headhunting, either rifle or pistol, or MMR rifle or pistol, or you go ongoing directive. Ongoing directive can generate its own ammo. Whenever you're basically generating those hollow point rounds, you're basically generating fresh ammo, and for yourself and for the team, so that can do it group wide effectively for either pistolero or ammo hoarders. And then the last one is to just run a pistol. So for instance, we'll see in a little bit a Tempest tech tank, or Tempest builds in general, for instance. Because if you're just maining the pistol, that also, of course, has infinite ammo. This was then kind of, I didn't want to, I already had multiple ODs, and here I wanted to try it with the shotgun, because I thought it would make sense, and it quite did. Then when we got the Tinkerer, this actually got a little bit of a boost up, because now, yeah, we can mix this one, having Sadist and Brazen, 2 very powerful talent that only really exists for shotguns. The biggest downside of this, of course, we don't have that much ammo in this. I definitely have considered, for instance, as well, trying a KSG with this, just for the ammo count of it, effectively. Because, of course, with ongoing directive, one of the metrics we definitely want to lean into, that's also why I run LMGs if I'm just running a non-shotgun, just a general variant, is damage per mag. And while the SSG can have decent damage per mag, it is also overall one of the better usable weapons in that category. That's why I'm using it here. But yeah, a KSG could be an option as well. And I do want to try that out, but I haven't tried that out yet. Yeah, layout-wise here, we are taking 2 blue cores. That's just for the shield. We are taking Firewall. Firewall is pretty strong for any build that gets close to the enemy, especially in a group setting, because we also apply a debuff onto them. But especially that shield is really a prize. The Striker shield, the Firewall shield, is one of those things that a lot of people don't understand, that it has its damage component in there. That is where those damage mods also go into. And it can actually give a separate multiplier on top of everything else. And that damage that it lists on there, that is also per enemy within your forward cone. So you can get a lot of extra damage out of it. That's why for close range builds, we generally go Firewall, if nothing else, just for this skill, just for that Striker shield. When we take it into the game, it is actually that loadout. Now, what I end up sometimes doing is just for a lazy mode, I just take, which I don't have anymore actually, because a Cheska backpack went out. But what I could stick in here is either Memento, for instance, or, and then I just put 2 high-end pieces effectively here, or just a Memento and a high-end piece here. And make it with a different weapon. Just grab something from my stash just for having, not being the shotgun variant. But I do like this shotgun variant. It is actually very competitive with Hunter's Fury even, but of course it doesn't have the armor on kill. It doesn't have that extra disorient that has. But I have been enjoying this a lot because it does work out really well with shotguns. Here as well, we're pairing that with the setup. Now the setup here as well would come with a blue core, so trying to get this version. Now, of course, we could actually just trade out one of the blue cores on the ongoing directive pieces as I have it here. Because yeah, we could have that blue core just here, and then we just need one of the two here, crit chance or crit damage, put the other one alongside of it. And of course, that blue core doesn't care where it is. Because these pieces are with, they always come with a red core, even though here I have recored the core. And that's just mostly, I've done that here, and just because I have the resources to do so. I've done that here just in case I want even more blue cores. So I've tried this out, for instance, with 5 blue cores even, and or just, you know, anything in between, 3 and 4. My general pick is 2 blue cores. That's kind of when it feeds the most into the shield without losing the most, like a lot of damage in response for it. So 2 is kind of my go-to for that. But again, yeah. By doing it this way, we can play around with it. That, of course, opportunistic is a group-wide bonus as well. So actually, when we're using this in a group setting, yeah, I'm also giving out this debuff on the enemy, a separate multiplier that will increase the damage upon them by 15%, which is very effective, of course. And this Tinkerer version has, yeah, definitely has helped this quite a bit. The only downside of the Tinkerer version here is that in the past, without the Tinker, I was running Coyote here, and what I was pairing it with, and also we could run it, for instance, with the Overdogs as well, of course. But then we can pair a Sadist weapon with just the Scorpio, and the Scorpio is, of course, a very powerful tool for stun locking an enemy, and then just getting our bleed rounds going. Overall, though, this isn't per se the highest recommended build or anything, but definitely for as a shotgun variant, if you, for instance, enjoy Hunter's Fury shotguns, well worth considering this once in a while. If nothing else, this can do 5 directives, because generally, if we're talking about 5 directives, most of the directives aren't too hard to deal with, except for the ammo one. If you can't shoot, if you can't fire, that's the hardest one. Things like fragile armor, things like the skill ones, we can deal with, you just deal with. But yeah, if we can't shoot, that is a real issue. And ongoing directive, for instance, can deal with that. And same is true for headhunting builds, and same is true for pistol builds. So definitely for that is one of the reasons I do like this build, and I do quite often grab it if we need an OD in the team. But if we need an OD in the team, my first pick would definitely just be an LMG one. That one is much more capable of just holding its own. This one does require short range. This does require, you know, not the most healthy and armored of enemies, but in a lot of cases, just heroic missions and stuff works out perfectly well. Yeah, 720. You know what I should do, and I'll do this for the next one. I should just have my phone out with a timer. Then I can kind of, like, you know, have it in my periphery of just like, hey, how long have I been going? Because that build really doesn't deserve like 5 minutes, but yeah. I did hit all the points I wanted to hit there. 13. Okay, so last 3. Good as well, actually. This does take quite a bit of time, turns out. Let me catch up here for a second. Shroud bats. Yeah. Candle farming, yeah. I mean, yeah, like that there camera. Well, the thing is, like there, I would just take the LMG version at that point. But I kind of like that one for just general play. And also, yeah, for having something different. Also important. A bunch of the builds in the build collection are, you know, the B build of an A build. But yeah, the thing is also you don't know it's the B version until you try it out. Because it's easy to go like, oh, this isn't going to work, or this is totally going to work. And then, you know, you have to make it and try it. Turns out. Yeah, 113, apparel change to 13, which is Kajika, oh, with Umbra. You know what? That fits. Just ambush tactics upon ambush tactics. ambush tactics. Oh, no, that's cringy. Yeah, let's put it like this then. Yeah. And 1.13. This is actually a return of a build that I used to have in the build collection a long time ago. We did a build showcase with weird tech tanks. Some of the OGs might remember that. We did an Umbra tech tank in there. We did a True Patriot tech tank. We did a FI tech tank. And we did an OD tech tank in that. And actually, of those, the OD tech tank then did stay around. I got rid of the other ones at that time. This is also well before Project Resolve, and that's also, yeah, when Umbra actually got a pretty hefty buff. And Umbra nowadays, I would say, is definitely one of the competitive builds. It has enough firepower and also a decent enough mechanic that it works out. Because, of course, the way that Umbra works, unlike a lot of other builds that stack up, Umbra actually, you can go into cover and build up the charge, do ambush tactics effectively, and then it starts losing damage. So it goes the other way as most builds do. You do need to basically be in control of the situation because you need to be the one engaging at the start, or, you know, picking the engagement, because if you just find yourself getting ambushed by others, yeah, it doesn't work out. You do need to get into cover, build up those charges, and then attack. And that can work out really well because Umbra then can lower the numbers much quicker than other builds. That build stacks up. And just lowering the numbers will effectively make it so that you have less things shooting back at you. And definitely that mentality of if they're dead, they can't kill you. Yeah, you kill more things at the start with an Umbra, for instance. Here, though, we're doing the tech tank thing. And yeah, for those unfamiliar with the tech tanks, well, a lot of people attribute them to me. They're not, you know, my invention or anything, but that's not how builds work. A lot of people will come to the same conclusions and to the same builds over time. But I have definitely helped popularize them, and yeah, I do definitely enjoy running them quite a lot. That's also why I have a lot of variants in the build collection, and this is now then again the Umbra one coming back effectively. I've been meaning to do so for a long time, but yeah, we just never found the time for it. Because Project Resolve was actually when that change happened, which is nowadays way in the back, way in the past, of course. And the way that we're setting up a tech tank in general, what it is, we have Technician, and that is especially for the Artificer Hive. The Artificer Hive can heal the shield even while on your back. You don't need to deploy it. Then we take a Memento. We take enough blue cores to make it a 6-tier shield, getting healed by a 2-tier Artificer. And what that means is that we have a shield that once the Memento especially is charged up, which feeds into skill efficiency, is 6 million plus on its health, and then is every 10 seconds getting healed by that Artificer, deployed or not, just from our back, for 42% of it. Meaning that we have over 200k regen effectively, which is the way that also the reason why I personally don't really lean onto, at least on the PVE end, onto regen builds. In the PvP sense, it does make sense there. But the design of these builds is always the same effectively, where we are taking Memento, Technician, Artificer, and that shield. That also makes it a little bit less, for instance, that's also why it's not the most recommended build, even though for myself, tech tanks are my solo go-to. If I am running solo, and that's also why every character of mine has a form of tech tank, that's my go-tos for solo play. But starting out, you need to unlock Technician unless you own ultimates, but it isn't too hard to do the field research for them and get Technician unlocked, but you do need to do that and then level it up, of course. You need to get a Memento, which, you know, is not the easiest piece to get right away, even though nowadays as well, it is in the retaliation blueprint pool, so you can kind of go towards whatever faction, kill squad, or completion has it as its reward and try to kind of target it that way and get it. And of course, yeah, it is just in targeted backpack loot as well. And then here as well, we're recording several pieces at least on this Umbra, because yeah, the Umbra pieces will come with red cores. Here you will see as well, actually, even this last piece is set up to be able to be recorded, and that's just if I want to play around with it. Now, that makes it a little bit harder for an fresh starting a newbie to kind of get it together. And also hybrid builds in general, which this is as well, is a blue-red hybrid. They prefer, because here as well, we're making use of basically on the watch, the red stats, the blue stats, and the yellow stats are really coming into play, all three. And because of that, you do want to be a little bit, at least have them filled in a little bit, making it so that they perform a little worse before you have all of the watch points spent. But overall, Tech Tanks definitely, as a style, a highly recommended one. But this Umbra one is just going for a different play style, basically. In the same way that we run Umbra in the game, if we want to get shit done, likely we'll grab a Striker. Or nowadays as well, maybe Tipping Scales or maybe Coco. But if we just want to do a little bit of different things, and especially as well different weapons, so for instance, Umbra works really well as it is overall the top pick, for instance, if you want to go rifles, which nowadays as well, Coco can kind of carry, but Umbra has the option, for instance, to run whatever weapon, where, for instance, rifles on Striker, unless you're stacking with something else, don't really work out, for instance, there. Although in general, rifles are not in a great place, so it's more like if you want to mess around. Here though, with this one, with the tech tank capabilities that it has the same basic shield and the healing from the Artificer as all of the tech tanks that basically share those traits. But then we're going with the Umbra tactics. Now the Umbra tactics is to get in cover, build up the charge, and then you pull out of cover, and then you have effectively a damage bonus in RPM and crit damage. And of course, when we're doing that with the shield, it kind of works out actually, because we can just be out in the open with the shield out, the shield protects us, and we can just start shooting. Now, of course, when we're in cover, we can't pull out the shield, but then we're in cover, so we should be just in cover and just not be getting hit too much. I do kind of enjoy its playstyle, but definitely the Striker Tech Tank, the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, both are, from an effectiveness standpoint, much more easy to use, and honestly, as well, at full stacks, they are more powerful than Umbra at full stacks. And of course, Umbra over time starts losing stacks, where Strikers, once you get it to full stacks, it just is going to, while you're fighting, you're not dropping stacks. You are dropping stacks, but as long as you're shooting the enemy, it's going to stay at max stacks. Here, whatever you do with Umbra, it'll start losing some stacks. But this one was definitely one that I wanted to bring back to the build collection just for a playstyle thing, and also to give this character an AR variant tech tank. They used to have the high-end one, and the reason actually I was keeping the high-end tech tank, which was kind of similar in layout as we see in this Tempest one that we have here. They used to share quite a bit of pieces, but ever since Imminence Armaments came in, they didn't anymore. And that high-end one with the capacitor, yeah, it was just weak. And that's consistently a thing as well. The gear sets have become way larger than any of the high-ends can keep up in most situations. And that even holds true actually for what we'll see in a second with that Tempest one, because the Striker one is a little bit more potent there. So I wanted to give this character a potently enough AR-based tech tank as well. And Umbra was definitely a choice to bring back here. And I've been quite enjoying it, and that's also what's made it into the build collection. It'll be on the recommended list as well as one of the tech tanks there. It is not the highest recommended, and yeah, from a standpoint of getting it together is one of the, for instance, the Heartbreaker one, you just need to record one piece. With the Striker one, you would have to record the same 3 pieces that we have here, kind of. But overall, it works out well enough here, but there's definitely more potent ones and more recommended ones. But this does fit that rule of, I don't want, every character to have a Striker tech tank and a Heartbreaker tech tank. I'd rather just vary it out, and honestly, I kind of enjoy the playstyle of this. So if you are someone that, does run the tech tanks maybe often and consistently, this is maybe one to try. That was rambly. The timer shows that it is. Let me catch up here. It says the build video update dropping tomorrow. Yeah, we're basically recording it now. This is you're catching parts of it right now. But yeah, this is so. because I think you asked as well a different time as well, right? If you're still around. Yeah, we're gonna do it as we are now. It's going build by build. It's not we're not just doing the updates. I am highlighting which one is kind of new and stuff or changed. But we're going build by build and explaining each build. Which is the thing I did last year as well, around the same time, incidentally. Back then it was just because basically every build got changed because it was like the big changes from Project Resolve, or was it like the one after that? And then I don't remember. But when we had like, chests got changed and stuff. So that one was also one of those where we did we basically did every build. So we're doing that again because it's been a year and plenty has changed. Yeah. Okay, so let's change apparel. And let's do. Yeah, I put that there. And then no wait. Oh, that's 13. Wait a minute. This is 14. Oh, this is this. Okay. No, that's like, wait, I skipped one? No. So that's 15. Yeah, let me add this to the to there. The description file. There we go. This is the Umbra, and this is this. Okay. Yeah. Just to double check. Yeah, 13 files, yeah. At least if we take it from when we started. Yeah, let's go back here. Yeah. And 1.14 1.40 and 1.14 next up, the high-end Tempest tech tank. So yeah, we're doing multiple things here. We're kind of adhering to the tech tank kind of philosophy of having a 6-tier shield being healed by a 2-tier artificer. That's where we're using technician, of course, for that artificer. And here we're doing it with a bulwark because we're using the Tempest. Now here as well, actually, we didn't highlight it actually earlier, but yeah, a lot of Cheska chests got swapped out for equalizers, of course. And same holds true here. This used to be with a Cheska chest. Same was true for actually the tipping scales and the strikers, and if we saw any other obliterate chests. Because nowadays, with a sole exception, actually two, chests that still hold obliterate. One is a DNH chest, which we'll see on character 3 much later, or character 5 actually, much later on. Most obliterate chests, if you're going obliterate and there is a spot for it effectively, then it should be the equalizer. That extra 4% that it has on that total weapon damage, that's actually a lot, especially because the brand bonus is also effective on basically any weapon type and such. Then what this is of course, yeah, we have 3 pieces of Imminence armaments for that pistol on the 3-piece, that 60% pistol on the 3-piece, even though on the 1-piece we also have that weapon damage. That increased threat, this is a build I mostly run solo, so that increased threat doesn't really make a difference. I'm usually the only thing shooting at them. Although I've definitely noticed in this season, when I'm running this build versus, for instance, running the striker variant of a similar variant, that one actually, the companion draws a lot more aggro than I do. So actually, that aggro definitely working. That increased threat that this has. And we're pairing that with the Punch Drunk, Equalizer, and a Memento, of course. And yeah, we're blue coring enough to have a 6-tier shield. It doesn't per se matter where the blue cores are. On most tech tanks, you'll see me, just for aesthetic reasons, kind of go with, it always being the minor pieces here. Also overall, because they're usually easier to get than some of the, for instance, a chest that we need to recore or such. That's harder to get overall. Then, yeah, this is a Tempest build, and because of that, this is also, for instance, a good one to use for 5 directives, and that's been the reason as well for me to have these newer pistol, basically Tempest-style tech tanks. I always had a pistol-style tech tank, but it was in the past with a Card 45, and it wasn't really potent. We couldn't run Obliterate with it the way that we can now with the Tempest, and that's also why we used to run Intimidate with it. Well, actually, for the save in game, and this is actually just to give myself option, if we go to the game, what I have it saved as we see here, is not that Obliterate chest, that Equalizer. Instead, it is a Cheska chest still, but with Intimidate. So this way, because Intimidate is definitely also an option here. For instance, a few seasons ago, we also had very easy ways of getting bonus armor. Basically, if your shield got hit, you would just get some bonus armor. That was from a modifier, to be clear. And with that season, it was really powerful to just run Intimidate because, yeah, even if the shield got hit a little bit, we didn't really need to do those pickups of the Memento and stuff. Here, we are relying on the pickups of the Memento to give us that bonus armor that the Memento can provide, and that then is triggering that Intimidate. Because of that, yeah, honestly, especially now that we have the Tempest available, I do have it saved like this just to have this chest available to me. And the way it's then also set up is this Cheska chest has a crit damage mod, and my Equalizer, and that's been consistent throughout, has a crit chance mod. This way, actually, this can replace outright in most builds. If you just, yeah, basically make it a crit chance Equalizer, it'll just replace that Cheska one. You lose, of course, 2, but honestly, that'll still work out fine. It does, if you want to min-max, generally there is usually a setup, at least with the weapons, to change out the mods to find a better crit chance, crit damage, basically balance. But of course, here with the Tempest, we don't really have that choice. And also here then we're landing on this, at least with the Tempest itself, we're landing on wait, what? That's not right. Where's this extra crit coming from? Oh, god damn it. That threw me off like a lot there. Yeah, we replaced the Tempest. She used to have the graded one. The graded one's not in the stash. And we put one on her, but we didn't re-roll it because I didn't have that many exotic components. Let's get that fixed. I was like, wait, how is this 60? This cannot be 60 unless I fucked up somewhere. Because I was going to just highlight that we're actually going to land 55. And then that wasn't the way it was. As big as that. 1, 2. We just grabbed the one from the stash. 3. Although I want to show all the builds without grading on them. Just I want to show the real deal saves. There, however many that was. Unless I didn't keep count. It was surprising how much that threw me off. My brain just went into like, just full on, just what's going on here mode instead of, which sucks because yeah, we'll have to, we'll just fully restart. That's going to be easier than trying to find a place to stitch that in or something. Yeah, we'll just restart. 1.40. As we come to 1.14, Tempest here in a tech tank variant, here a high end. There's also in the build collection a striker one, and I would say actually the striker one is a little bit more recommended and also a little bit easier to actually get together. Also, it can share some parts with a striker tech tank for ARs. Here though, the high-end one, and this high-end one I used to actually always have for the longest of a while, and it used to be for the Card 45 back in the day with Intimidate instead of the Obliterate that we have here. With the introduction of the Tempest last season, yeah, we definitely leaned towards going for the Tempest there. A very powerful pistol, and yeah, while the talent of it has been often, brought up in ridicule, it doesn't need its talent to do its damage. Its talent is basically never considered, and yeah, I'm never gonna break my shield for it. By itself, it's kind of in the style of the Ouroboros and such. It is potent just by itself. And of course, what this opens up as well, this is a 5 directive build for me. In a lot of seasons, especially if it's cool skills, now this season is scavenge skills, but last season, for instance, was cool skills, tech tanks don't care at all about cool skills because when we're using that Artificer Hive, even if we have no charges, even if we're just pulling out the shield and we're resetting that hive, even if it has no charges, on our back, it will still heal every 10 seconds. Making it so that with cool skills, it is basically a free directive here actually with tech tanks. Then, of course, the same layout as tech tanks. We have a Memento, Technician for that Artificer, and then enough tiers on blue cores for enough tiers to make it a 6-tier shield. Now here, a Bulwark. So yeah, we have a lot of armor here, or health in this case, actually, for the skill. And yeah, every 10 seconds, 42% of that is getting healed, and that's in the millions of regen, of course, every 10 seconds. Now here, this is definitely one of those builds that I quite enjoy just taking out for 5 directive work. This season with scavenge skills, you do have to watch out when you're pulling out your shield. Every time you put it away, it will cost you one of those pickups, one of those skill tissues, one of those scavenged skills to bring it back out, one of those drops. So it is kind of a little bit more clunky in these kinds of seasons, but yeah, I can deal with Pistolero quite well, and also, of course, most of the things like the no regen or fragile armor. The Memento nowadays, yeah, does actually even regen when no regen is around. The no regen has been turned around again to be just the out of combat regen, not the in combat regen of stats. This has become one of my go-tos to just go around and farm some activities in 5 directives, mostly because I'm not too fond of headhunting builds. They're not my playstyle per se. I quite often say I enjoy shooty builds much more than I enjoy headhunty builds, and because of that, I definitely like this kind of build quite a lot. I would definitely say that the striker one is a little bit more potent than this, so that's also why it's higher in the recommended list than this one. Then if we actually take it to the save into the game, what we see is actually, while I have it pulled up there, it isn't actually saved with that, actually as well, not with the gun, because I just recalibrated this because, or reconfigured it because I didn't have one with a detox here, as was a mistake. But it's actually saved with an Intimidate chest. That's just to give me options. If we are running Obliterate, and as you may have noticed, a lot of the Obliterate chests have been turned into Equalizers, and that's the go-to for basically most builds. If you're running Obliterate, you're going to be running Equalizers. There are some exceptions, and we'll see some much later in the build collection for instance, a DNH chest. Because of that brand bonus being much higher, of 20% weapon damage, that one still actually beats out an Equalizer outright for that Obliterate, but there are few and far between. But if we want to go other talents, like Intimidate, Cheska is, of course, still the go-to. What we can do is, yeah, we can take this chest, and actually, if the Cheska is in there, with a crit damage mod, and this is actually the way to kind of swap out Cheska chests to Equalizers very easily, is just you take this one, this is with a crit damage mod, you put in an Equalizer with a crit chance mod, If you pull it up in that way, then it lines up to be, yeah, you lose 2 crit chance effectively, but that's good enough for the build. Now, of course, with, especially if we're using high-end weapons, we can shift around a little bit by swapping out mods and trying to find maybe a better balance there. Here we're using an exotic, and because of that, yeah, we're just landing on this 55, 128. And that's actually the balanced way to set this up. Now, of course, the 55 will hurt a little bit, but a tiny bit for the obliterate. But actually, because we're not using any other talents effectively that really care about crit, the way that, for instance, if we're using a killer weapon, this 55, 129 is actually the balanced way to set it up from a perspective of the crit. That does mean we're not per se stacking up as fast on that, but then of course as well, yeah, we could, if our only real option is to go to 61, and that loses out too much. So this is kind of the way that I've been going with this one. If we go back to the build picture here, what we see is, so those 3 pieces of Imminence Armaments, and especially having the logo of Imminence Armaments next to unit alloys here, always confuses the hell out of me as they look way too similar for my eyes. But we have a lot of those, of course, with Ongoing Directive and Hotshot having similar issues quite often. And yeah, the Tempest is a little bit harder to get, of course. It is from the Master mission, or from the Climax mission of last season. Doing it on Master, on the first clear, you're guaranteed to get it. On the first clear of a new character, or from for each character, you're guaranteed on getting it. It is a drop chance on Heroic and below. It is also still in Summit, floor 100, where if completing floor 100, there is a chance of getting the Tempest, and that chance goes up as you go through the difficulties. And there's a pretty high drop rate there as well, and of course floor 100 is cheesable, but you wouldn't per se want to do it alone, so that's definitely one of those group things. That is, in here, the harder piece to get, the Tempest, and that does open up a few of these kind of shooty builds that I quite enjoy. But yeah, you do need to get that Tempest. The rest of the build isn't too hard to get, of course, yeah. As somebody starting out, yeah, Technician needs to be unlocked, Memento needs to be gotten, but especially if you're pushing towards 5 Directives, for instance, yeah, getting a Punch Drunk, that Equalizer, those are pretty easy to get. And even these Imminence Armaments pieces to recore, because of the core being blue on Imminence Armaments, or being red on Imminence Armaments, the stats will mostly come already reds, so getting a crit chance, crit damage for each slot isn't too hard, and then you recore them there as well. That will usually cost quite a bit in the optimization sense, so this is a little bit of a more expensive build to get going. But definitely worth getting, even though I would maybe lean more towards the Striker one first. But this one does have a little bit more upfront damage than that one, but definitely doesn't keep up on the high. Once the stacking gets going on the Striker, it will surpass this one quite quickly. But yeah, definitely one of those builds I've been enjoying quite a lot, way more than I was expecting, and the Tempest has become one of my go-to guns as well, just to mess around with this Bulwark Shield that basically is close to indestructible, meaning that we never trigger that talent, but that's fine. The Tempest has enough power. Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, okay. Oh, that was for earlier, yeah. For the blueprint. Yeah. That kind of threw me off as well. I forgot to say that actually. With that Tempest. The missing slot kind of threw me off. Yeah, definitely feeling that I'm getting tired and rambly. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so apparel. Now we go Yeti, last 2. Let's get her in. And then tomorrow I'll stitch it together and we'll send it out. Add it to the description file. Actually, you know what? Seeing as this is the last one, let's get that in as well. We don't have to think about that anymore. Yeah, so that goes back here. This goes to 16 or 15. It's gonna be over there. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second. Medic badges that are fairly easy to get. What do you mean, medic badges? Just actual commendation, like the.
I never should have left my wife. She was better at the survival shit than I ever was.
The. But actually, I wouldn't know. Not too sure about those commendations. It's been like forever that I've claimed some. It's kind of annoying that you can't see in preview already what you can get there. Because there are some, yeah, that are kind of like medic adjacent. Definitely. Because I remember like the DZ ones have like the DZ heal ones and stuff. But yeah, there's so many patches.
Friendly supply convoy detected.
Yeah, let's go to this one. Start here. As we come to the last two builds here, 1.15, the 15th loadout slot. And this is an PVE regen, and then also actually with Vanguard and Galvanize. This one's very much set up actually for Countdown. That is one of the places I enjoy running this build, and only one of the few places actually, because this is way too tanky for a lot of the game. And even for Countdown, this isn't per se a recommended build. Honestly, for in Countdown, having most of the players deal damage, if most of the players are kind of dealing damage, having, for instance, a foam eclipse with them is going to be much more powerful than this. But I do quite enjoy this and just running in onto the enemy and then also giving a ton of blue armor onto my allies. Now here, of course, yeah, we're running Galvanize, we're triggering that here with the Scorpio, we're running Vanguard, and especially in Countdown and such, we're in any 8-man content, Vanguard works a little bit differently. In solo play, for instance, and such, it doesn't give you yourself, or in 4-man play as well, it doesn't give you yourself blue armor. When you do trigger it, you do get an invulnerable shield, so that's kind of potent, but you don't get the bonus armor. In 8-man content, in basically raids and in Countdown, Vanguard also gives yourself bonus armor, so yeah, you can trigger that, and then also have an invincible shield that, of course, against the hunters is pretty potent, and makes it so that, for instance, with those initial hunters, I can just rush them down. We have a 5-second window where my shield is invincible, but even outside of that, I have PVE going for myself, and then also generating a ton of bonus armor. And then also, of course, all of that bonus armor is also group-wide as long as they are, in the case of Vanguard, yeah, I just need to trigger my shield. In the case of Galvanize, they need to be close enough to the enemy. Now, not the highest recommended PVE, but definitely a regen here one I've pulled out for some harder fights sometimes as well. For instance, actually in Recruiter, having 3 good damage dealers alongside me first, because yeah, that's kind of needed. It is a support build. It's relying on for the damage end of things on other people. But in Recruiter, actually, this could kind of stun lock it, and this could give my allies bonus armor to kind of keep going. And that worked out pretty well, actually, for instance, running this. And of course, with the regen here, with 3% regen, I'm regenning plenty, so I can take those hits and not like run out of med packs. That's kind of the idea behind it. And then, yeah, the rest effectively, outside of the blue cores and the protection from elites being blue, we're mostly leaning on, yeah, having at least a little bit of crit chances and crit damages all around. So we do still hit a little bit, not super hard, but we can still kill something. We can kill some reds, some purples, and an elite on a long enough timeline. Here, of course, yeah, the Scorpio is kind of the weapon because of Galvanize. That's our go-to for it there. If I wanted to give this a little bit more damage, or for instance wanted to use it in a solo sense, even though this is a point man, so we couldn't just swap that talent out, but yeah, we would need it to be a different Gila chest with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush Intimidate is one of my go-tos for PFE builds and works out pretty well. Here's well, we are still taking Survivalists to even to go up to the 80 with our protection from Elite, just to make it super tanky. I am still keeping 2 red cores here just for a little bit more damage, but yeah, in some situations, and that's also why it's how it's set up, of course, I can add in those extra 2 blue cores. And generally, if you are going to take the time to spend on, for instance, some of these improvised pieces, I would recommend keep grinding them out, unless you think that you might want to change some of the stats out here, which in this case, I'm pretty sure I will always want the crit chance and crit damage. Then the core, having the ability to change this core so that we can go all the way to 6 blues, not just for myself to be more tanky if the need arises, but then also the shield, of course, becomes 6 tier instead of the 4 tiers that it is now. Protection from elites works out really well for some situations, especially rogue fights and stuff. And yeah, in Countdown, for instance, most of it is elite, and especially during extraction, this can be good enough to be an just distraction between the enemies, and yeah, give bonus armor out and just keep them busy. And just me being in the middle of them, most of them will try to shoot me, and I'm generating more than enough bonus armor, and then of course once in a while we'll make an invincible shield and even more bonus armor. And while not the most potent PFE, and definitely not one that would be my first pick, I definitely there's a SMG and there's a shotgun PFE in the build collection. A Scorpio one, much more set up towards damage. I would recommend those first, but of course I have those already and just kind of experimenting out. The region on this is very nice, but yeah, it does feel weak, but that's kind of fine if my teammates are very strong. So with a competent team, this does feel fine. Then yeah, I would actually, maybe at some point I am considering just replacing this point man instead of it being the point man. Made just an Gila piece, just so we can more easily, because this one is already free talentable, just more easily go from this to an Adrenaline Rush Intimidate, and then yeah, if I don't have Perfect Vanguard, that's then fine. So that's the change I might be making to this one. Overall though, PFEs in general, protection from elite builds, because we need improvised pieces for them, and for instance here as well, we're using the chill out, that makes it that it is actually pretty expensive. It will always require a bunch of crafting and then a bunch of optimization, making it not per se new player friendly. And PFEs are definitely something that you make a little bit later on once you have the little bit of resources to spend on them, because they will always cost quite a bunch. Here though, we are keeping, for instance, on the Gila end, those are not hard pieces to get, neither on the Bellstone end, because we're keeping the blue cores on them, making it so that we just need one of the right stats. Chill out, of course, is a seasonal item, making it that it's not always available, and it's kind of needed for the layout as we have it here. It really makes it possible, because what it's making up for is that we don't need the improvised piece on the holster there. We're taking that PFE slot here in effect. That way we can go 3-piece Gila and have that Bellstone. The other option you would have is to go 2-piece Golan and then 1-piece Bellstone and then 3-piece Improvised. You would have 2.5%. This of course has 3.5%. So this way is a little bit better, but the chill out is of course not always available. And yeah, those improvised pieces generally cost quite a lot, making it not new player friendly, but definitely all of my characters will have a PFE. This one, not the highest recommended. Definitely, I like him with a little bit more punch, because this one, if it goes up against rogues, especially solo, just takes forever. It would still kill him, but it takes forever. Where one of those SMG or shotgun ones just tears through them, and they can't really do much bad. The only danger is usually their skills, but yeah, those we just mitigate. Either destroy them or just hide, behind something from the turrets and the such, and just kite in the rogues themselves. PFE is well worth having. This one, especially if you do a lot of countdown, worth considering. But even, for countdown, for instance, a hazard protected foam, Eclipse is much more of a potent tool there than this would be. But just to mess around and just to have something different, worth considering. Okay. Okay. Let me catch you in chat for a second. Okay, change the loadout there. Something there. No. Countdown runs after this. No, not likely. My mind's kind of gone.
Never should have left my wife. She was
Trying to
into
like
survival shit.
set up those because yeah, trying to just like invite everybody and try to like remember all of those things. That's just like a mind fuck on its own. I'll likely just go and just run around and do some other stuff. I'll likely go and farm actually some Krampus on hard. Yeah, it should be still today, right? It went till the end of Monday. Yeah, 8 hours left. Oh, what did the retaliation actually? Retaliation? What did the sense become? Oh, it's still gluttony. Actually, we'll do that. We'll go to second account and kind of, because second account still needs some loving with some parts. I don't know. We'll go farm some chest. Actually, we'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, no, I'm likely not gonna count any of that for Sunday. Pretty sure all of the surges go till Monday, right? So far. Or am I misremembering? Because quite often there's like 5 times and stuff would be till like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I feel like the surges and overdrives usually go till Monday, right? Although I might be wrong. Wouldn't surprise me if I'm misremembering. Yeah, let's go here. And then when it comes to this character, last but definitely not least, it's even the most, I would say, it is the most superior of builds. As yeah, we come to a purple build. One of the things I wanted to do, and for that we've actually taken out several, well, PvP builds, especially some of the conflict builds that I used to have in the build collection. We moved them actually to be a little bit, actually, wait, I kind of messed that up. Wait, let's have this ready. Let's put this here, because I'm never going to find that there. It's trying to find the build collection tab, but it's like never going to work. Yeah, let's try it again. And as we come to the last loadout of this character, it is, of course, yeah, last but not least, but actually not even, yeah, not least, it is the most. It is the most superior of all builds. As, yeah, I've brought back in a purple build into the main body of the build collection. Now, actually, this build was always in the build collection, but back in the day, or, well, back in the day being like 2 weeks ago, it was often, or was always at a little bit further on these S builds. These S builds are stash builds, so they mean builds that I have in the stash. They're mostly there to, yeah, have, for instance, some of the purple builds, some of the, for instance, 6-piece improvised, just as joke builds. But one of the things that I did, as I haven't been conflicting much anymore, I used to have several slots, 3 actually, tied to being PvP builds. Seeing as I haven't been PvPing much, I kind of moved them out of the main body of the build collection. I do still have them all and in my stash, so I've removed them to become stash builds as well and kind of lining up the end there. That has been mostly there as well to kind of make some slots for a few build ideas that I've had, and of course as well several variants of Coco coming in and such. But because of that, one of the other things that I wanted to do for a while is bring back a purple build actually to a character, just so I, you know, when it's in the stash, going and grabbing it each time if I want to do something with it is a little bit of a hassle. If I have it on a character and save, that's also quite often why I have some extra exotics and such, as you may have seen. on some characters, as for instance, this character as well has several LMGs that aren't per se tied to any build. For instance, this Bullet King or this blue screen. But seeing as they're my LMG kind of character, I have these items on them, and then I'll tend to actually, yeah, if I just load up a build and we're not doing per se something, you know, super important, just doing some heroic stuff, I go like, hey, you know what, let's try the blue screen, let's try Bullet King, let's try Iron Lung. And then on other characters, I have that the same with either rifles or ARs or SMGs or shotguns and things like that. Basically giving me the option to kind of run them. And this purple build coming back in again into loadout slot 16 is kind of that for me here as well. Once in a while, I'll go like, when we're going like, what build do I want to run? I'll just go scrolling through, and yeah, if we hit the end and I haven't decided anything yet, oh, purple build, we'll run that. Also as well, I'm kind of intending on giving it some upgrades, as yeah, some parts are not the best looking. As if we go back to its build picture, we see that purple builds are actually kind of hard, and they aren't the easiest, especially to get some of the stats going pretty well. As yeah, with purple builds, we don't have recalibration, or we have one recalibration, we don't have optimization, so we can't just recalibrate and then just optimize the rest the way we do with high ends. No, we can recalibrate one thing, and generally as well, we have to consider what one thing we're recalibrating, as even, for instance, if we have pieces that have maxed out stats. If we go back into the game here for a second, so for instance here I have a different Providence glove. We see that the max weapon damage here is 13 and the max crit damage is 11.5. But then this recalibrated crit chance, this is coming of course from the library and from high-end pieces effectively, and because of that, that is a 6%. Even though if this had just got rolled with like the crit chance there, it would have been a 5.5%. So even there, we have to consider things like that. That's also why on weapons and such, what we prefer is, although even I have that here, but what we prefer mostly is the right talent, one right stat, and then we can put the other stat alongside of it. And preferably one of the two stats here, because yeah, we can actually gain even if it's maxed out here on this LMG as well. This is 10% detox, where of course on real LMGs, you know, high-end or exotic LMGs, it's 12, of course. Another thing of note as well, yeah, we don't have a third stat here on the LMGs, or on this LMG, or on any weapon, effectively, nor do we have mod slots for the gear, so yeah, we're losing a bunch of stats there. Then also the bases actually on purple weapons are way lower. And here as well, actually, as of note, I have a purple Prophet, which is now quite rare. And yeah, it comes even without the talent, or even at that pistol's damage that you would normally see on even purple weapons. So overall, everything's worse. So why would we do this? Yeah, as we kind of joked about, why be high-end when you can be superior? And if I ever want to feel superior, I'll put this on. And this is a challenge build, of course. Now, I've already, if you're interested, I've made a joke builds build showcase, which goes into purple builds. And like, for instance, on that one, we had a 511 build and yeah, an improvised 6-piece improvised build and such, which are all part of the build collection as well. And they're yeah, on the S builds, basically. And there are challenge builds. It is much harder to get through a heroic mission with this, of course, with its mediocre stats, and then, yeah, as we discussed, even beyond the mediocre stats, even more mediocre base damages on these weapons. We don't even have a third stat there. We don't have those mod slots there. We don't have access to things like Fox's Prayer and Equalizer and Sacrifice and, you know, Contractors and all of those, Salvo, all of those named pieces and such, of course. And without optimization, yeah, this is... Even with farming for forever, this is, for instance, one of the better chests that I have, an Obliterate Providence chest. And just trying to get that Obliterate there, a crit chance and a crit damage, because the right stats is still better than just a wrong stat there. Because even if they're not maxed out, even that crit damage there is not, of course, like when it's that empty, it isn't like 2%, it's still 7%. So this is still better than most things, but this is, of course, on its face, effectively a super unicorn. Same for the backpack, for instance, where I actually have a crit chance, crit damage, and the weapon damage one that we've put our vigilance on. And as we discussed, preferably we would have gotten this with vigilance and crit chance and crit damage, but that is a super hard to piece. All of these are unicorns or super unicorns, effectively, and that makes it a lot of fun to go and farm for them. As for instance, recently I've taking the Krampus bounties on hard and just trying to farm there. And also, yeah, actually on the build, in the build showcases, there is actually a purple build showcase. And actually in the future, I'll revisit that as well. Once we have a few upgrades for this, I do want to revitalize my purple gang card. As I'm a card carrying member of the purple gang. And I want to revitalize and try to incentivize people to try this stuff out. For instance, in my case, I've done most missions already actually on heroic with this. And honestly, the only ones I haven't more recently, and even I kind of started that journey, but I kind of got distracted by other things. The only ones I haven't done is now at this point, the Brooklyn main missions. I even done the Brooklyn, like the 4 in the corner, but not the main missions. Now, of course, one of those is the Rat Queen. Not looking forward to fighting her on this. But we'll do it. And yeah, we'll just have to slowpoke through it. But this makes any content feel like legendary. This makes just going through a heroic DUA feel like a legendary DUA, effectively. And because of that, it's a lot of fun. It's challenging yourself and then also giving me something to do. If I run out of other things to farm, I always have these to go to. As, these could always use an upgrade. They're definitely, weapons-wise and stuff as well. I would prefer other things, but this is the best I have, which for the rest of the collection with high ends, with exotics, I can't say. I basically have everything that I would want, or I can go and get it, especially with the help of some charitable people or just people helping out and making that kind of stuff happen. With purples, it's just keep at it, and hopefully we'll get something better than this dog shit looking thing, which is actually a super unicorn. So yeah, if you do enjoy a little bit of challenge, well worth considering. They are very hard to put together actually, because you do have to just farm for quite a while to get the pieces. Especially farming on hard is kind of the way to go. Now, I was hoping retaliation would be a good source for it. It's very much isn't, but actually, for instance, the mini warhounds that we had a while ago, and then now the Krampus bounties and also the Krampus loves that we can kill in any zone. Those can be decent sources for this. Definitely, if you basically, for the person that already has done everything, come join us and be superior. Yeah. That was like 10 minutes, wasn't it? 9. But yeah, we went over a lot. Okay.
Hey, nice to see you. See you around.
Also, let me get you up here for a second. Okay, in the build collection, I see. Oh, yeah. Let's go back here. I know, we'll just scroll through this. As our outro. And with that, we come to the end of Character 1. A pretty long video, but hopefully an informative one. As we went loadout by loadout and explained all of them. And hopefully this maybe gave you some ideas for new builds to try out, or maybe even changes to certain builds that you already are running. Like, for instance, trying out at least a glass version of Eclipse if you enjoy Eclipse. And some ways of setting some of the builds up. And been quite enjoying and was already looking forward to doing this way again. As we can go in depth, or well, slightly in depth into each build. Yeah, let's try that again. We can cover every build. In depth is something else, IKEA. This isn't in depth. I mean, it is in depth, but it isn't in depth. As a whole, it's in depth. And with that, we come to the end of this Character 1 of 5 of the build collection. And these will be pretty long, but hopefully enjoyable and informative as we go through all of the builds on each character. And hopefully it gives some ideas and maybe some things to try out, and maybe even some variants, as for instance, Glass Eclipse. If you do enjoy Eclipses, well worth considering and trying out at least a little bit, and seeing if you do enjoy it or don't. All of these as well. Some of them are variants, of course, and some of them are core builds. I definitely, enjoy having the variety. That to me is always the go-to for the Division, is that it isn't per se class-based or such. The classes are the gear effectively, and we can go from, being a mortar from 1 second to being, what would be a warlock in other games with a turret and drone, and then to, for instance, something like a shadow priest that's doing some healing and such. All of those are on each characters, and we can just swap out without, for instance, having to swap out characters or re-leveling a character or such. And the variety is to me definitely the spice of life in the Division, and that also breathes new life into the game for me consistently. For instance, the introductions of Coco and such more recently, even though we didn't see a Coco yet here, I've been enjoying trying to basically get the most out of that build in different ways. We'll definitely be seeing some Cocos, as 4 different variants have been added to the collection, just not on this character. But I hope you found it informative as we went through and explained each of these builds and what they were for, and especially as well how hard they are to put together. As especially how hard they are to put together is not per se clear from the build collection. It is, of course, honestly, a tool made mostly more so. My initial intention has always been for more experienced players that kind of can look at a build and go like, oh, okay, this is the idea behind it. But of course, nowadays it is definitely being used, especially as well by newer players and such, and I'm very, very happy about that, of course. But then, this kind of videos are hopefully the ways that I'm trying to kind of make sure that people understand what builds are for what, and which builds are worth running, and what are some of the preferred variants over some of the others. As definitely not every build in the build collection is highly recommended. For instance, as we discussed with this PFE, I prefer some of the other PFEs more, but also I want that variety. I don't want to have 4 exactly the same PFEs. I want to mess around, and then this was an idea. This was, hey, let's try regen, and it works out well enough that we have kept it, because definitely as well, a lot, if we come back to it, and you can also go and do so actually with the last year's ones, as we did. If you go and look at what we had there and what we have now, quite a few builds have changed. Definitely a bunch are still the same. Definitely the strikers are still there, but there are some new additions, there are some new changes, and definitely a lot of builds at least got touched a little bit. And of course, as well, so for instance, here in this case, we do have the purple build. This will actually the only, well, no, actually, we have 511 later on, but definitely, I also enjoy bringing back some of the joke builds into the main body of the build collection, and maybe we try to improve them a little bit. As, definitely looking forward to farming this one up, and likely in the future, we will revisit this in a build showcase. But for now, we'll round this one out. If you did enjoy it, and if you found it informative, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do a little bit of shilling here. In the future, we're going to continue on, of course, with character 2, 3, 4, and 5. In the middle of there somewhere, once I have the spreadsheet for Coco, for Concentrated Company, then we'll actually do an in-depth look into Coco. Then definitely I want to do an only tips on the seasonal modifier, and then also an only tips actually on retaliation, because we let that kind of slip last season, and definitely want to catch up on that, as it is a very important game mode and has become one of the go-tos that we run quite a lot. So I hope you join me for those. But for now, as always, have a good night. There we go. I did the thing. We did the outro. So these actually take quite a while to go through. So likely for the next one, we'll have to, because today as well, I did start a little bit earlier, but I didn't prep all the things. So we had to do actually some work, so we started a little bit late. So we definitely want to start a little bit earlier, because once it gets this late, I kind of become rambly bambly. Awesome. Well, I mean, why don't you do it, and then we just showcase it. the beauty of it on here. Being here, did anything capture one of these control points? Being here for as long as we are. Let's take it back. PC. And yeah, let's maybe mess around with... actually, no, staying there. Let's mess around. And I'm going to keep all these tabs open. I wonder what they did for the thumbnail last time around. I'm gonna guess I'm just gonna splatter a bunch of builds. Maybe. Oh, I did the character portrait kind of thing, right?
Safe area detected.
Yeah.
Backpacks to boots. You want it? I've got it.
Let's see what we do. For now, let's just take this bestie. Let's actually try to get one more hard bounty. I know, let's actually, seeing as this is Cheska, let's go do a few of these hard and normal bounties. That's on the 30 DTH Ranger instead. We're in 100 kind of we're going to swap in between. Targets, action percentage. Yeah, that's definitely like you can. Yeah, because well, it depends also kind of what you have and what you want to run there. The both would be fine because also yeah, the M249 has enough firing time to get to that 10 seconds. The reload of it is kind of but yeah, if you want to definitely run both and you want to kind of you want to, you know, kind of double weapon it. Yeah, you could have two M60s. Because what you also can do, especially when you're running Equalizer, is actually ETA and rate of fire are really close there. And Zing also has, yeah, sacrifice doesn't per se like really do a lot more than obliterate, especially on there. What's his name? I lost my train of thought. Yeah, you can also go DTA, basically. DTA, DTH even. Because with Equalizer there, rate of fire and DTA are kind of... You can make a case either way. They're so close to each other. All right. Yeah, let's go do a few of these hard ones. Because especially that M249 there is just to have a different weapon as well, but also I mostly like have it set up as just the Tinkerer swap in. Or the Tinkerer like second talent. Because honestly I like the M60 way too much as well, yeah. So if you're maining both weapons, then yeah. Do that. Reaching into your grounding. Well, maybe when they best grandpa. as those two would make it.
Target near you.
Actually, yeah, if anybody's interested in some keys and stuff. So I'm gonna do several here hard bounties. And I'm just because it's Cheska here and I wanna, as we kind of discussed there on the purple build, I want to improve it. So seeing about just farming up some purple. And actually, yeah, so these bounties are pretty good for that. Really, the other options is like 490 and stuff.
Another agent is now in your group.
But yeah, we'll do just, I have several on this character and even on other characters. I could also cheese it and actually swap characters each time, but well, we won't. I'll just use up these ones and then go to the next one. But if anybody else wants to join us, let me know. Because mentioning Halloween indeed. Just enough yapping about builds. Let's use them to shoot people. And I'm just running past the... Although maybe later on, depending on what Doug's running. I might actually run a tech tank. Although I just have the thingy one, right? Because it turns out this hard one is like super tankable. This hard Krampus is like super... and just in case as well, if you do get some really good looking purple pieces. Better pieces than that. I wouldn't mind taking a look at them. I already have decent pieces, so yeah, they need to be decent, but... One thing that's annoying here actually is that the other drop is always guaranteed high-end, which actually isn't true when doing floor 90 and stuff. So it would just randomly get other ones, you know. You would normally get some weapons and stuff. Here, it's just the targeted. That's purple. Which is an interesting thing, actually, that they have going there. But yeah, if anybody else wants to join us for some keys, especially, that would be the thing for others to do it for, or unless you're wanting to make a purple build as well.
That's your target.
Which I think, let's see that shield on Doug. I'll leave that part up to him. I'll just keep on this bestie. This actually works out on this hard enemy. Oh, what was that? Idiot. Ah, yeah, we can just burn trees.
Agent down.
What? Why couldn't I roll?
Medical assistance needed.
You can just said no to my rolling. Oh, did they go somewhere else? Oh. Yeah, we should just have a crossbow maybe. What's that? This guy even on hard is kind of chunky.
Vital signs critical.
And that's the many other enemies are bad.
Agent killed.
I'll just respawn in. Hunt is over, yeah. I'll be curious as well. I'm gonna guess for these guys, they're likely not gonna, because yeah, the mini warhounds, they disabled their loot pools. So it's still useful for, can be still useful for
Good work.
getting that event cache at the end by completing it. And that yields you, that can yield you the quick step, but like the shitty one. But that's actually the better one, in my opinion.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Big entry there. Loot's here. Especially if one of these days Providence or something is here. That's good. There's a lot of my pieces that need upgrade are just Providence pieces. Wait, what did you? That's all there. Combine that we're just using up the bounty so we can just walk outside. We're not despawning or anything. Actually, yeah. You're familiar.
Hostile
control point detected.
So here's my ones here. Let's run in actually from the other side. And what if you're running there? Let me run this. Still does enough damage, and then I can just easier than the Umbra one. Wish I had a Heartbreaker Tech Tank or something, man. I mean, on the other characters, like. And this one will just take the Tempest. It's a little bit overkill on the tanking, but wait. So these guys actually not have. Oh, this is a door boundary. Oh, okay, I wasn't aware of that. Because they can't see through the door here. They can't shoot through unless we go on to the other side, or if they come through. And again, if somebody wants to join us, let me know. I guess for this one, they're not going to disable the loot pool. That'll be weird. So we're going to actually hang on to them for just loot pool farming. I'm definitely going to hang on to a few. And then see where it goes. It's not going to be too hard to do anyway. It would be nice to, yeah. Yeah, although, yeah, for me, in my case as well, I wouldn't mind. Although, I should have realized, I didn't realize till now, it's actually good for purple stuff. If I'd realized earlier, there was a day actually with LMGs. I could have definitely made use of that. But yeah, gear mods would be awesome. Other things, skill mods would be awesome.
That's the target, Agent.
What's that? Not purple. Drop more purples, Gabe. Everybody else is just like, what? No, less purples. No, more. I need more. Let's actually drag Krampus out. It might be easier. But also, yeah, for dragging Krampus out, you can just shoot through this window and it just comes out. Like, you don't need to even go in there. I can basically infinitely. Although it would be nice if I had more memento stacks, but I don't.
You got the target. Nice.
Ah, just straight in. Come. Like a. Stack in there. Nah. Not better than that. Oh. Where's this last one? Oh, that's outside. Some of it's outside.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Get all my loots. Give me better stuff, game. Game discreet. Yeah, let's clear out that little crumble slough as well. Of course, we can get some stuff there. I need a grind. Where is this? 5 pieces on the scale. On which one? Actually, as well, I should be putting a bit right here. Earlier, you mean? Or just in my save? Because it's... I can just slot in different pieces. So it's saved with 5 pieces, so I can either put in Overdogs, or Tinkerer, or a Coyote, or a Centurion, or a whatever else, Contractors.
Stay the fuck away.
Anything my heart desires. And by saving it as the 5 piece, I can do that much faster than if it's 4 pieces and then I need to like swap 2 pieces. Here, it's always just 1 exotic goes in, most likely, or Contractors goes in. Seeing as we're all the way over here, let's just start this one from here. So I'm going all the way around. But in a lot of builds, that's a kind of handy thing to do, especially if there's multiple valid, and nowadays there's always basically multiple valid exotics. But Overdogs, well, for instance here, Overdogs is great. Overdogs is going to out-damage everything else. With the exception of Krampus. Get everybody's attention. Everybody, look this way. Step right up. Step right up.
An agent needs assistance.
But yeah, for OD and stuff as well, I always save it with 5 pieces just so you can mess around with the pieces. And even for instance for Striker, most of my characters have all 6 pieces because you wanna hang on to that line. Would have been nicer if it was damage, but it wasn't. Yeah. It's also available from the Pact Manhunt mission. Last season's climax mission. Although, yeah, if you have access to, for instance, Floor Summit or Summit 100, kind of like farming, it's gonna be the easiest. But only if you have access to that. It's preferably as well, you kind of want to do it in a group setting. It's kind of painful solo. Or more painful solo than it is in group. And yeah, last season was even easier to do floor 100 than this season. So it does help out when I actually take the right talent on my chest, because I still had to intimidate one. Get those loots the next round. Although actually no, this character has no extra. after this one, I'll swap characters. I'll also help out because actually on hard, this doesn't need to be the Tempest tech tank again. And then also, yeah, the next one will grab something with a crossbow. Because even this guy is like, yeah, on hard, he's still way too chunky. The AR one for this character is the Umbra, and that one would be a little bit too painful here.
Agent down.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Oh yeah, some there as well. Yeah, let me just keep in this world. Slightly easiest. I'm gonna swap characters real quick. Because I have a bunch of hearts on other characters.
Another agent has joined your group.
Me jumping down. But if you guys stay there, I should. Curious who joined us there. But I definitely welcome in. As yeah, we're just gonna farm up a few of those bounties. I have a few more. I'll come back in a second.
You have the
I should have just logged that, but I'll leave group in. Because I have like 5 on this character. And yeah, I'll go in high speed. Yeah, 7 so far. Looking good. I feel I have a pretty good streak on myself as well. Yeah, no, I'll be. I mean, I'm always working. Okay. Oh, were they like? Actually, I should realize to check for that. Were they kind of high rolls? Because yeah, I would need to go back to the other characters. It's mostly if they're like mediocre rolls. I already have decent pieces, decent-ish pieces. Numbers area, it's crit chance or Cheska. I mean, it is crit chance basically. Yeah, it is Cheska. And yeah, we'll take the negotiator tech tank here. Yeah, let's get out of the zone. And pop the next ones.
hostile control point nearby.
Okay, I think I'm good on those. Because yeah, I already have a decent, like especially as well, I need it to be like replacement pieces for other things. I already have a really good glove. It's the thing of Cheska that I could use. Oh yeah, I should. Why are we running that way? I should have just ran the other way.
Target near you.
Because it would take too long to swap back now. I suppose as well if a chest or backpack would be the coolest parts. But Those are rare. But yeah, in this one I'll try to remember actually to not swap off right away. Just a few hours away. Oh yeah, that's we're gonna have indeed. And I mean, next week is almost here. The next division week. And I'll just have Krampus and proficiency on that one. Yeah, that's fine. For scaling, it helps. Hope we get. Yeah, no, I think I'm good on those because yeah, I've kind of like a max stat at like glove and stuff as well, but I'm using a backpack currently, so I'm hoping for especially kind of those. Let's try to get out of the healing. My shield is gonna eat up all the healing.
That's your target.
I'm gonna go red as well because yeah, if I have a foam, there's no need for me to be this. I don't know if anybody else wants to join us, let me know. We'll do a few bounties here. I'm also not going to do way too many, but we'll do a few here. Wish I had gone and grabbed the crossbow. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, good mind, we're just dragging them out here. That's the easy way.
You got the target. Nice.
Yeah, and the next one, before the next one, let me go get a crossbow after this one. Well, I'll just go and do that while you guys get set up.
An agent needs assistance.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Bastards.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Yeah, let's see if we... I don't do that one. Oh yeah, that just doesn't have the right stats. It's not gonna per se work out. Yeah. You guys run out. I'm just gonna fast travel to the safe house or White House, quickly get a crossbow, but also I'll start the next one and then jump back in a second. You're Krampus. Yeah, I'll join you guys for Iron Horse. I'm Morozov.
But it doesn't hurt either.
I'm Morozov. Let's put the bounty there. I think people were in it. Wasn't it starting? Doors on side, maybe? What? Because Recon was still inside, maybe? Let's try now.
Hostile control point identified.
Target is near you, Agent.
Let's hang on to that. I have some stash space nowadays, so might as well use it.
Give me cover and a move. Wait up!
Oh, I thought you're like alone there still. Like, we're still catching up.
Agent down.
Want it, but nah. Not versus a vigilance backpack. I didn't have anything, maybe that concussion, but that's not the play. Yeah, let's make sure I have some crossbows. Also, dog has a pulse, I'll take a decoy. Using diminishing returns hit.
Agent, target spotted.
Oh, yeah. Indeed. Nearby agent has gone Krampus. Imagine that, Colette. Oh, Krampus is already here. Ah, let me go. Let me crossbow you for 1 second.
Target neutralized.
So much easier.
Work.
Briefly, just so I don't accidentally them. Although I just swapped to Alexi.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Should also just gone and grabbed the great Alexi actually. Yeah, this is 61-103, right? Version. And I will likely do one or two more. That's also how I kind of want to go to bed. Bed to go. At a reasonable time. Definitely, even with taking an extra nap, definitely didn't sleep enough. Onward. Who keeps closing this door? Goddamn Krampuses.
Hostile control point detected.
And again, if anybody wants to join us, especially mostly if you just want some keys, let me know.
Target near you.
Unless you're also in a purple gear aficionado. Okay, even while foam jumping there. Nah. Take the thing. It's always so annoying when the like doesn't do it. Onward. How many do I have left? Okay. Yeah. Let's do this one and then one after. That'll be it for me. Set that spread.
That's your target.
I mean, this is my target. Gonna take that. Man, if that was with crit damage. Oh, let me drag him across from right now. Alright, sure. They're already coming. A lotty coming. That's the downside. That bomb's gonna spread them. Yeah. It's kind of hard to hit when he's not aggroed onto me. Yeah, there we go. Double crisp.
Target down. Good
Seems
job.
indeed a lot easier. It's the most scientific and realistic mechanical gameplay element. I mean, we're dying and we're getting right back up. Like so many stories here, and then we died. But you're here. Yeah. Although I feel, but that's more like a just it's just a conceit to the game thing. Like we take cover behind like plastic boards and stuff, like those advertisement boards and stuff. Like that's not gonna stop a bullet. That wouldn't even stop a snowball or something. I know from
Thank you for
experience.
keeping us safe, Agent.
But yeah, we're behind like, just like what would normally be just two flimsy pieces of just plastic and cardboard and maybe like if you're lucky one like tiny metal sheet and just and it's stopping bullets. Not just stopping bullets, it's stopping like 50 cal bullets. Yeah. One more. That sounds like a good plan then as well, Dobby. It's already 2 o'clock.
Hostile control point nearby.
And yeah, tomorrow I'll stitch that video together and then have that uploaded as tomorrow's video.
Target is near you,
Start
Agent.
bleeding, oh yeah. Or just, we shoot a guy several times and suddenly they get shocked. Either Elmo or Scorpion. Yeah. The thing is, all of these are like, I'm also totally in favor of them. I'm not here for realism. I'm not here for immersion. As some people are way into. It needs to make sense as a gameplay mechanic, and then if you can make it make sense on top, like from realism, sure, fine. Gameplay first. I'm gonna take that. I'm not sure it's ever gonna get used, but because unstoppable, I'd much rather have vigilance than unstoppable. If I have that option. And on that one, if I want to change the thing, it would be changing the core. I'll definitely take that as well. Yeah. Ability will conceal to the afterlife. But thanks for sharing there. Watch out for the guy behind.
An agent needs assistance.
Stop it just before my decoy ran out.
That's the target, Agent.
Actually, what am I doing? Let's take this first. Well, at least a few interesting pieces so far as well. Also with the help of others. Some of those chests and backpacks. Ooh. Although a special backpack. Peek at what this is. I'll take it to the side later. Although, yeah. It'd be easier to let one of us with the crossbows pull him. When he's static, he's an easy shot.
Agent down.
You got the target. Nice.
Downsides of not having a TDA anymore. Let's leave that.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I think that is a Krampus laugh outside, right? Let's kill them too. A few extra loot pieces. Well, that'll definitely be my last. These guys spread around quite a bit. Don't they? Or the share. Oh, oh, yeah, totally yoinking that. Thank you. So I should make sure we favorite all of these and then later we decide what we actually. I'm gonna get rid of the other one. Let's also make. Just keep that one.
Hostile control point identified.
Let's just deal with these Krampuses. Let's shoot through that.
Reloading weapon. I'll give you cover.
But the taking cover on these kind of things, for instance, these kind of barricades, like I'm not even sure this is like sheet metal. This might just be some cover. But yeah, when we take cover on those, like yeah, even a pistol round would just shoot through that. But yeah, we just it's impervious to like TAC 50 rounds even. Yeah, let's go back to base. And then I'm gonna take my leave. Yeah, let me catch up here. Since I was kind of in the game actually, even with the hard bounties. Stuff. Yeah, it literally has a bag of holding. So
Glad to see
it
you.
literally. And some of these
Agent has
pieces,
left your group.
Thanks for the business.
like, yeah, GG's indeed. And thanks Recon and thanks Dak for helping out there. I definitely appreciate it. We got definitely some, like, this is a pretty good piece. I can likely do the crit rounds, I would think. But yeah, we need to see if I can find this, like, a working slot for it. So yeah, we'll keep this Cheska as well. Because I have the Cheska on the backpack, I could try to get a different thing. Yeah, I'll keep some of these pieces. But I thank you guys so much for helping out. I have nothing else as well. We got some keys. Even though it's a little bit slower than on hard. Or on hard than on rugged. Yeah, I'll keep this one because most of these as well. I need the talent to be right. Otherwise it's not per se worth it. Much rather have a stat maxed out. This unstoppable force at least has potential. Also, I think I'm good because mostly as well, like I have some stronger pieces than that. Actually, I think I got a stronger piece than that already. Partially as well, we need to change back to the other character and stuff. That's a lot of
Check
work.
something out?
Hoping one of these days we'll get Providence there. Although I wouldn't mind a gun type, especially AR or SMG. Oh, hey, we have yeah. A well tickle. We tickling. Let's tickle them. And yeah, let's round out. I'm hoping they aren't because yeah, we end up ending around the same time quite often, so I don't think is
You are no longer
is
in
the
a group.
stand. And thanks again, Recon, and thanks Doug for helping out there. Much appreciated. That's much more enjoyable in a group setting. Yeah, we'll go and raid Grind, who raided a few times. I kind of like their style. They are very jolly. And we'll go be over there. Wait, there's a revenant's explosion effect when we switch shoulder with any specific build. It scales off of weapon damage. So actually, Coco. I want to actually still try Coco with that. Would be an idea. Because explosion. Let me just before I say something stupid. Explosion scales off of weapon damage, right? Or is that the merciless? There you go. Deals 100% weapon damage, yeah, when detonated. So actually, Coco might be a decent. What is actually? We're gonna go right over there. I'm always kind of confused because they seem to be alive themselves. I'm guessing this a bot or something that they have in other channels, or not the biggest fan actually, if we're honest. Yeah. But yeah, we'll go right over there. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah, new week. We'll see how it kind of depends how my day kind of looks, but the idea is actually to jump on maybe an afternoon and an evening again, because this next week is still very quiet for me. But then after that, it'll start picking up. So I wouldn't mind, yeah, spending some time there. And then maybe even tomorrow evening, yeah, working on the Coco spreadsheet, but also maybe already tomorrow evening, even doing character 2 already. And maybe already getting those done as quickly as possible. Basically character 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then I'll space them out a little bit because I don't want them every day one coming out, but 2 or 3 days in between. But then if I already have them in the bag, basically, then that'll be nice because so we might mess around with that. Yeah, let me get you one last time here. And yeah, thank you all for joining me. And yeah, Coco seems like a. Although the thing is, even then, Rav, it's not like a powerhouse. You would want to stack with something else. Of course, you would have it as a secondary, but that could still work out for the explosions. Thing is, the strong thing on Rav is the shoulder swap to trigger the amplified damage because you hit armor plates. That's like the really strong part of Ravenous. But here, yeah, it at least would work out likely better than even Striker once mostly stacked. So. Yeah, enough yapping for me. I did a lot of yapping today, so we'll send everybody off to Grind, who's doing some donating to expertise and stuff. They should actually wait till tomorrow, but maybe we'll tell him. And yeah, I'll be back around tomorrow. We'll see kind of how it goes. Either I'll jump on around like 4-ish in the evening and we'll do a long one, or I'll do an afternoon and an evening. Well, we'll see how it goes. They didn't announce any maintenance or anything, right, for tomorrow? I haven't checked per se, but no server status updates, but it's on the official Discord. We'll send all the Twitch people over to Grind. You YouTube peoples, I can't do anything to you, so you're free to go. And just, check out some videos and such, maybe even mine. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me. As always, have a good night.